Hey, hi there. It is DevShell2, or Raven, as you guys now know me.
It is DevShell 2.
And there is an echo.
Raven,
Hi.
as you guys.
Okay. God, I hate my voice. That's terrible. I hate it so much. So it says there's two watching. Well, now it says there's one watching. I guess I scared somebody off. So, oh well. So anyway, yeah, it says one watching, and that might be me because I am logged in on YouTube as well as on StreamYard. But anyway, it's been a long time since I have streamed, so hello. Uh, how are you? How is everybody? For those of you who are watching later on and leave in the comments, let me know how you're doing, I guess. Hey, doggy. I don't know if you guys met my doggy. Come here. Come here. There you go. There she is. That's Sylvie. Come on, puppy. Come on. It's my puppy. So, my longtime viewers will remember Penny. Well, Sylvie looks a lot like Penny. It's kind of shocking how much they look alike. Sylvie is not anywhere as smart as Penny. So, but that's okay. She's dumb as a brick, but I love her. Right, puppy? Right, puppy? So, oh wow. I'm getting old and I am getting fat. That's okay for now. Puppy, what? You're all excited. What are you excited about? Where you going? Where you going, puppy? Oh. Where's up, puppy? Look at you. Look at you. You're wondering who I'm talking to, huh? Because I was talking to the camera. And the camera does not talk back. So it gets kind of weird. Come on, get down. So, Sylvie is just about 2 years old. I had her for almost a year. And she can be a pain in the ass, but she is pretty cool. She is very lovey, very, very lovey. And the kids like her. And she's a good guard dog for the house because she barks. She barks at everything that passes the house. Everything. But she's good. I haven't broadcast or streamed in a while. It's been a long while. I would like to, and I say this every time I come on. I would like to return to videos and streaming. I had a lot of fun doing that stuff, and I miss it. It's not as easy as it used to be, though. The Trump years brought a lot of depression and fatigue, and you would think there would have been tons and tons of material, and there was. It was just so difficult to talk about it. And oh my God, the trolls just are terrible. And then with Biden, Peach and I had the two boys. It was just a lot. It was a lot. And obviously we still have them, but things are starting to get a little bit easier. I'm working now. Last time I streamed, I don't think I was working. Then maybe I was, but I'm working now. And puppy. Actually, I just got a new job. Just got a new job last week, and I start September 3rd, and I'm really jazzed about that. It's actually a pretty big deal for us. So, yeah, things are pretty decent. Dog, what do you want? What are you doing? Go lay down. I'm not sure what else. No, puppy, no, you stinky mouth thing. Um, hopefully, Agent of Doubt comes on and joins the stream. That would be pretty cool. Um, I tried to get Serious Mind to come on, but he is. Well, I don't know if he's still on an airplane, but when I spoke to him earlier, he was on an airplane on his way to California. Um, so he won't be on. Maybe another time. Um, I no longer speak to Autumn. Well, I should say she no longer speaks to me. She mysteriously unfriended me, never got a real reason. No idea what happened there, but whatever. Everybody's free to make their own decisions. I'm not going to twist anybody's arm to be my friend. I'm too old for that shit. Um, so until Agent of Doubt comes on, it looks like it's just me. So if there's a friend or somebody out there that might want to pop on, they can let me know. That would be cool. But hang on, let me see. It says 2 people watching. Like I said, one of them might be just me from because I have the YouTube page open, but whatever. Whatever. Not sure what else. Hey, what's up there, Just Troy Doe? I remember you. You're Just Troy Doe. What else? What else? What else? What else? I don't know. Wow. So okay. So if you check the description of the video, you'll see there's a link. You're quite drunk. No, don't be drunk. No, fuck that. You want to be drunk? Be drunk. Just don't drive. That's all. But if you look down in the description, you'll see a couple links. There's a link there to my Patreon. If you'd like to become a patron, that's where you can do so. Please do so. But I'm actually, and I'm never going to be like, oh, yeah, give me money for this thing, and then I'll use it for something else. I don't do that. So I'm very open about what donations or what contributions or whatever patrons, whatever they give. I'm very open about what I intend to do with it. And here's what I intend to do. Planning a trip for me, Peach, and the kids to Disney for next June. And so I'm saving all my money for that. And I am looking for as much help as I can get. So if you feel like pitching in for my vacation, you can just do so by becoming a Patreon at patreon.com. $5, $100, $483,000, whatever works for you. You could do that every month. And then, in June, Peach and the kids and I can meet the mouse. That'd be really good. So, and as always, I'm not twisting anybody's arm. So, I had asked, I was doing the streaming and I had put out there, a link for what the heck was it? It was a GoFundMe. And to help with, because at the time I had extensions and it was early on in transition and it was just help with things that I would need for transition. And it's this dude, like, basically, like, hits me up. He leaves comments on the video, talking about how disgusting it was that I was asking people to pay for that stuff myself, and that don't I understand that it's hard times and all this other stuff. I was like, bitch, I ain't twisting nobody's arm. I ain't lying to nobody. I ain't guilting nobody. I ain't forcing nobody. You don't want to, pitch in? No, pitch in. Whatever. I mean, ain't no reason to be nasty about it. That's fucked up. But, okay, whatever. Sorry. People suck. Just kind of in general. It's a general thing. People suck. Anywho. Yeah, I really hope Agent of Doubt comes on. That would be good. It's always good to have somebody to talk to. Makes the conversation better when, it's an actual conversation. But if any of the three people that are here would like to, where am I? There I am. Right on. If any of the three people that are here would like to contribute, there's the link for Patreon. And then there's always, of course, my PayPal, which is devshell@hotmail.com. So for all of you three people that are out there, the huge, massive audience, I remember I used to do this and I would have hundreds of people watching me rant and ramble about nonsense. Now I got three people. That's what happens when you disappear. Like, you've got to constantly be putting out content. Otherwise, people just forget about you. And also, it's the way the algorithm is set up. If you're not on top of shit, YouTube's like, fuck you. You're gone. Bye. Love this. Right on, man. Right on. What's the matter, dog? What's the matter? Relax. Sorry, I am like multitasking because, yeah. It's just the whole annoyed by people in general. Just the for some of them, it's just that their existence annoys the shit out of me. I don't know. I'm like flopping around because I'm multitasking and not doing it well. But there was a anti-Kamala posting. It's just people who don't understand how the government works posting shit. Oh, you're going to promise to fix shit that you have the power to fix now. No. She's the vice president. She ain't got no fucking power. People don't understand how government works. And also, they put a lot of in their minds, they believe that the executive branch has a shit ton of power that it just doesn't have. Like, people act like the president is walking around their local grocery store with a ticket gun, just marking shit up. It don't work that way. They're like, oh, man, Biden is so bad. All the prices are so high under Biden. And then Harris is just like, when I'm elected, I'm going to, institute price controls, and eliminate price gouging. And then the same people who are complaining about high prices are going to be like, oh, that's a communist style price fixing. It's like, you just can't fucking win. Everything is a complaint. Because none of what they're arguing about is sincere. It just isn't sincere. The entire thing is meant to be an attack. Everything they say about every fucking thing is bullshit. Because it means nothing to them. They just want to use it as a weapon. Fuck that shit. And that's a problem too, because that's true. That's true for people more so on the left, I think. You know what they say, right? Republicans fall in line, but Democrats fall in love. Um, and that's not good. That's not good either. These are important decisions, and you shouldn't be making them because you're falling in line or because, you got butterflies in your tummy. But most people don't understand how the government works, though. They think if they vote for the guy they like for president, everything will be fixed. President can only do so much. If you don't put the right people in Congress, president can't do anything. So, stupid. It is stupid. And in general, people are stupid. Man. It's a puppy. Puppy. Puppy, 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 puppy. There you go, it's my puppy. It's my puppy. So the puppy's name is Sylvie. If you don't know, Sylvie is from the Marvel Universe. She is from the Marvel show Loki, and she is actually the female variant of Loki. So she's a Loki. So Sylvie, the doggy, is also a Loki. Aren't you, puppy? Aren't you? Aren't you? So, okay. Hey, baby, are you watching or no? No, I guess not. Okay. All right. I'm going to be right back. I got a comforter in the dryer that's done, so I'm going to go get that. So, you want to look at an empty chair for a few minutes? You can do that. You are welcome to. Hang on. Oh. Oh, hi. Oh, I lost somebody. That's sad. Whatever. Let's see. All right, let's see. My screen is all fucking weird. Hang on. I think my camera's at a weird angle. All right, I guess that's okay. I guess that's okay. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Let me log in over here. Email. Yay! What's going on here? Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Oh well. And it's still only 3 people. It'd be really good if somebody showed up to chat with. Ain't fucking happening. Ain't fucking happening. Why? Why? Where's me? Yeah. There we go. What? Soon, Apple will stop supporting your billing method and start charging fees in the iOS app. What are you charging me for? What the fuck is this? We'll switch you to subscription billing once Apple's requirement starts in November. You can choose delay switching, but you won't be able to get any new paid members. What the fuck is this? This only impacts new members. Well, I'm not new. So why are you showing me this? Hi, dog. You're a pain in the ass. Where you going, dog? Notifications. What am I looking at here? El Noob became a member. Woohoo! Thank you, El Noob. I don't know who El Noob is. Hey, the other watcher is back, unless that's somebody new. Maybe that's Peach. Is it you, Peach? Did Bill Clinton stop talking? And me babbling about a bunch of fucking nothing. Because that's what I do. That's what I do. What I really need to do is do something about this fucking voice. Oh my god. I hate my voice. I hate my voice. It sucks. Oh, Pete sent me a message. Come on, stop being stupid. Oh, yeah. Yeah. She's watching. Hi, Peach. I knew you were watching. Bill Clinton finally shut his lying whore mouth. You shut your lying whore mouth, Mr. Clinton. Is this new library new? What is this? What is this? What is all this? This is moving so slow. Moving slow. Community. Ooh, what is this? See, I'm on Patreon and I'm looking and it's got all kinds of new stuff. Direct messages. Oh, I see, yeah. And chats, and there's nothing under chats. Wow. Very, 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 very good. I had, oh, wow, 19 people? Wait, that's how many people watched it on Patreon? I posted a video. When the fuck was this? When was this? February 18th, 2022. Apparently, 19 people have watched it on Patreon. I am shocked. And it's a video about a potential conversation with Buck Angel. So, does everyone here know who Buck Angel is? All three of you people watching, and I know Peach does. So, you other two people, do you know who Buck Angel is? So, Buck Angel is a trans man who is apparently anti-trans. Yeah, he, with the assistance of Blair White, spread a lot of half truths and misinformation about just trans issues in general. Um, Blair being a right winger who is making money off the fact that she is a trans right winger. So yeah, so it's in their interest to, well, to suck. And so anyway, so back in February of 2022, Buck Angel was on a live stream and he was talking about these issues, and I was in the live stream and I said, hey, let's chat. Let's, come on to my show on my channel. Because at the time I was doing more regular shows. And I said, come on to my show and we'll have a conversation about this. And he's like, yeah, sure, let's do it. And we set up a date and he was like, yep, let's do this. He's all for it. He was going to rock and roll. And then he disappeared. And he refused to answer my messages after that. And it's just like, dude, you little bitch. Wow. So, yeah. Apparently, the guy who says he's open for dialogue and to, having correct and accurate information out there was afraid to have a conversation with somebody who disagreed with him. And I was respectful. And he still punked out. Because that's what little bitches do. They punk out. And I would have been okay being proven wrong. But he just was not up to the task, apparently. Because again, he's a little bitch. Little bitch. So, oh well. What was funny was it was around that time he was appearing on Blair White's show quite a bit. Peach is typing. What are you typing, baby? What do you want to say? I see you typing. Oh, I'm not going to repeat that out loud, but that's true. But then again, nobody knows about this. Like, I don't share this anywhere where home people can find it. But yeah, it's true. I do need to be careful. Thank you for looking out for me. I love you. I am so lucky. So I got my hair done today, like I was talking about it before, I think. And I think it's a little dark. I like the red. I just didn't think it would be so dark. So, and my foundation, my cover up, is kind of light. And I don't know. It's a little goth, I think, for me. It's a little, Night of the Living Dead, such white skin with this dark hair, but I don't know. what I have learned is, at least for trans women, I can't speak for anyone else. It might be just as true for all women, but definitely for trans women, it's hard to get on it any honest feedback on anything. So it's hard to know, when somebody's being genuine or if they just don't want to hurt your feelings. So someone mentioned voting. There's always voting being mentioned by fucking everybody and everything. So you want to vote on whether or not my hair looks good? We can vote on that. Where is it? There's a way to do. Was it on here? Or was it on the other one? To do a poll. Where is that? Let me see. Start a poll. All right. Let's see. Ask a question. I don't know. What do we want to know? What's a good question? Any ideas? What should we poll? Hey baby, what should we poll? Oh, yeah, there's 6 people watching now. Wow, that's wild. That's some wild shit, yo. All right, how about this? I don't know. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work either. I don't know. Oh, here's one. Okay. Whoops, we're gonna find out. All like 2 of you that are here. Whoops. All right. There you go. So there you go. There is a poll right there. Anybody wants to take the poll? The question is, are polls worthwhile? So there you go. The great thing about this poll, is if nobody votes, it still has an answer. So because why the fuck not, right? Yeah. You know what? Next time. I like that. I like that. Next time, though. Same fucking question next time. How are we doing on the poll? Where are we at here? See, it's 50-50. Polls don't do no fucking good. You want to know how valuable polls are? Ask Hillary Clinton how valuable polls are. So yeah, actually, to honestly answer your question, it's not really a political live stream. I mean, I'll talk about politics because everything is politics. But yeah, I mean, but that's not really. I don't know. This is more just me being a pain in the ass. Some people like that. Some people don't, and that's okay. I am totally an advocate for fucking whatever, you know? Really, really, really hoping that Agent of Doubt comes on. Hang on. Oh, sorry. Hey, baby, I don't know if you knew this or not, but I just found out that the washing machine, when it's done, it sings a little song. Don't know. I don't know if you knew that, but yeah. And then I don't know if you could hear over the probably not, because this is a noise cancellation, but yeah, it was fucking weird. You knew? I did not know that. I'm sitting here and I just hear this. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? Yeah. Oh, really? Did you see my face just kind of go like, I'm like, what the fuck is that? That was wild. That was wild. Yeah, I got the other. I'll get up in a little bit and I'll put it in the dryer. But yeah, that was the other blanket. What's the matter, puppy? What's the matter? What's the matter, puppy? That's hilarious. That was hilarious. Bum, 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 bum. Ah, man. I hope Joe is having a good time in California. But man, I was hoping he'd be able to come on. That sucks. Well, I mean, it sucks for me, but good for him. It's nice to get out. And God, I had really hoped that piece of shit Agent of Doubt could have showed up. Oh, hey, what's up, man?
Hey, so the first thing I want to do on your show is level the accusation that you are a bitch.
Hey.
You, right? And here's why. Um, I fell out of being able to see like the Marvel movies in order, and I had this thing where like I could not watch the latest and greatest Marvel shit because I hadn't watched the stuff leading up to it, and I was working and going to school at the same time, and like on my Saturdays all I had time for was to be on the Breakfast Club with you, right? And you and Joe would go off for like 20-minute tirades about Marvel stuff that I had not watched yet, and you would just keep on talking as though everybody in the room had been watching this Marvel stuff, but I couldn't, and I'm finally catching up, right? So I'm watching it all in chronological order, and I've gotten to I'm about to watch Iron Man 3, right? But you can tell how far behind I am, right?
I know. So, are you watching these and you're thinking, "Holy shit, Raven spoiled this for me"?
No.
Okay, good.
I haven't gotten there yet. I know some spoilers, but I think I would have run into those spoilers anyway. Because after a year after it's been out, you can't say like somebody spoiled something for you because you're gonna hear something somewhere.
That's all on you at that point. So
yeah. So there's this Deadpool Wolverine movie that's out, and
I haven't seen it yet. I want to see that so bad.
My brother has. And he said, I need to keep on my path of watching all of the stuff because it all leads up to that movie, including some of the TV shows I'm watching in this path, right? So I have to, uh, I believe, just with the movies, I'm like 200 hours of movies away, and then there's TV shows too, and there's apparently 8 seasons of Shield.
Yeah, I didn't watch that.
That's in my to watch. The Daredevil, the Jessica Jones, like all of it.
I loved the Netflix Marvel stuff. I loved.
Hmm.
Iron Fist was okay, but everything else I love. Luke Cage was fantastic, but my favorite in the entire Marvel universe, I think, is Daredevil.
Okay,
The
it's on my
Netflix
list.
Daredevil.
So just to get back at you, this right here is from Costco. It is a Dreamsicle cheesecake.
Ooh,
The little
nice.
orange part, that I think that's orange stuff. Anyway, I'm gonna eat that cheesecake on your show.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay.
Because there was a lot of discussion of Marvel stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Um, yeah.
The part of
No.
it that was my fault was a lot of people went on like hiatus from work during the pandemic, right? They could draw unemployment very easily. I had telehealth jobs, and like I was working too many of them, and going to school. I didn't take the break that everybody else was breaking on. So the most I could do was just
Well, I mean, what you got to remember though,
every time I had, and I watched the Tiger King thing.
right? But the Marvel movies started 20 years ago. So,
They did.
I mean, I was with my ex-boyfriend when, when like Iron Man came out.
Yes.
I mean, I didn't even meet Peach yet.
I watched the first couple episodes of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I remarked, there is not an ugly person in this show. Every single person is attractive. And then I realized, and this show is like, the episodes are like 10 to 15 years old now.
Yeah.
And so these people don't look like these people look right now. They're 15 years older now.
So, Clown, what I liked about Daredevil on Netflix was they dropped F-bombs. It was, for Marvel, it was incredibly violent. It was very, very violent. There are some fight scenes in Daredevil that, are more violent and intense than anything in any of the movies. It is very violent. There's a lot of blood. And it's just so dark compared to almost everything else in the Marvel universe. It is dark, and I don't know. I liked it.
The movie, the show about a blind guy is dark. Yeah.
Yeah. Didn't see that coming. So, but what I like, okay, so they're in the process of remaking, or they're shooting Daredevil episodes again, for Disney Plus, and Disney Plus changed everything about their channel, about the Disney Plus channel, streaming service, in order to accommodate Daredevil and Deadpool. Because how are you going to have Deadpool, and as with all of the swearing and the sexual suggestions and all that stuff, on a Disney channel where they never do R-rated things? And Deadpool can only be rated R. And Daredevil with all of the violence, like how Disney would never do that before. but they redid everything on their channel in order to accommodate that. So that's how good I think the new Daredevil series is going to be. When they reshaped everything just to accommodate it, yeah,
Is
that's
the old one going to fall out of canon?
it's supposed to pick up where it left off.
Okay, good.
So it's actually supposed to.
It would affect my timeline of shows.
But so it's supposed to, I think, also incorporate a little bit of Hawkeye into it.
Also,
did you watch any of the Hawkeye series?
No, I'm
Far away
a decade behind still.
Yeah. So like Kingpin from Daredevil appears in Hawkeye. He's actually the big bad guy at the end of Hawkeye.
Okay. And
then Hawkeye also leads.
Vincent D'Onofrio is the actor that they got.
Yeah, Vincent D'Onofrio.
I love his work artistically. Vincent D'Onofrio in everything he's ever been in has been great.
He's fantastic. You never heard of Hawkeye? Jeremy Renner. Who, by the way, is a real life superhero. That motherfucker is walking and dancing and doing everything again. Amazing. He should have been dead. He ran himself over with a tractor and lives to tell the tale.
Yeah. That part I've heard. And I've also learned that I need to add more to my watch list, and I could already be out of chronology anyway because of Ryan Reynolds bringing back stuff in his Deadpool movies that connects everything. And all these Spider-Verse crap movies that are going to like make all the Sony stuff also part of everything. I'm already out of order.
Yeah, I am. Well, here, Sony sucks. Just the unwillingness to give up Spider-Man. Like they're smothering the character because they just don't want to give up the money.
So I also know, outside of a spoiler style, I know that after those first two Hulk movies, one of which is part of the canon, one isn't, right?
Right.
They can't have a standalone Hulk movie because the rights of a standalone Hulk movie are separately owned to like just putting them in the Avengers or in Thor.
Right.
So, yeah, it's terrible that they split up all the rights to stuff in the same pantheon of Marvel.
And they did that because Marvel almost went under a couple of times, and they had to sell the rights to things and license things, and so I get why they did all that. But now it's like, now that it's kind of like they need the rights of those characters back in order to keep a cohesive universe, and it's a fight every step of the way. Yeah, I mean, and the people who own the rights to them, I don't blame them either. I mean, if you own the rights to Superman or I'm sorry, Spider-Man, wouldn't you fight like hell to hold on to it?
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's
seeing the value go up because people made stories about the other things in the universe.
Spider-Man is the most successful superhero in the history of the genre. It's the highest profit.
Okay.
Which is amazing. Because the Amazing Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
He does whatever a spider does, yeah. So, okay, Umbrella Academy. Okay. I watched it all. It sounds like you're still watching it, so I'm not going to give any spoilers. Umbrella Academy is fucking weird. I enjoyed it. I thought it was weird that Elliot Page in the final season got a lot more camera time, a lot more lines, and a lot more action than he did before, and before his transition. I don't know if that was done to appease him. I don't know if there was actual artistic reasons for that. Yeah, Spider-Man is like the number one superhero. It's mostly because of little kids. Like little kids really latch on to Spider-Man.
Mhm.
But yeah, but I don't know, why they made the decisions in Umbrella Academy that they did. Um, I liked it all. I know I saw people online the other day complaining about Elliot Page, um, saying that that uh, he ruined the character, and that the studio should not have appeased him by changing the character from female to male. I think that's all bullshit. That's just transphobic. I think nothing stays completely to canon with anything anymore. We don't live in that kind of a world. There's always a little bit of growth, so it's fine by me. But yeah, there are some people that are really upset about it. But these are probably the same people who cry about Star Trek suddenly being woke. Suddenly,
Suddenly.
yeah.
You might not like Joe Rogan and his politics and comedy, but he did have a joke in his latest one where he said, they came at me for making an anti-woke comedy club. And I said, you mean a comedy club? Yeah. He also is like woke is like a trend. Like just thinking of it in those type of terms,
It's
and
ridiculous.
it'll blow over and it'll turn into something. It was PC before.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the whole woke thing, and it's so stupid. It's just it's meaningless. It's nonsense, and it's like let's bitch about stuff just to bitch about it. Let's remember also, like, oh, identity politics, identity politics. All politics are identity politics. Otherwise, what's the point?
I think whoever maybe could be given the credit for coming up with the term woke, if we could trace it all the way back, it was a good move because everybody who fights against woke must then be fighting to say that I'm going to sleep through this. You
Right.
know, I'm not going to wake up.
They
La
they
la 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 la. You
they
know?
themselves are their own brand of woke, though, right? You guys are all falling for all this woke nonsense. Wake up, sheeple. See, okay, between Paramount and Disney, I have both. I do have both. Um, the only thing I watch on Paramount is Star Trek stuff. It is the only reason I have it. Um,
Mm.
Paramount Studios has been shut down. All of the stuff that they were working on that's going to continue to go forward apparently has been given to CBS Studios. Um, so that includes, I believe, all of the Star Trek stuff because I am waiting on the next season of Strange New Worlds, which is like the best Trek thing to come out in many years. So I love it. And I also love how Anson Mount's hair gets higher and higher every season.
I kind of feel attacked right now. Just,
Oh, that's nothing. He's got Johnny Bravo going on.
okay, I just had a haircut.
It's just like he's on screen and he doesn't say it, but in your head you can hear it. Hey, baby, it's enough about you. Let's talk about me. Johnny Bravo.
Hmm. I was wondering, just get like I thank you for inviting me on. It's been a while since I've been on a webcast that I agree with the person that I'm talking to more because I've been on a lot of stuff where I'm like the token liberal. You know, I'm not even that good at being the token liberal. You know that, right? So, yeah, just thanks for sending me the invite. have you been able to get your kid to eat a different flavor of goldfish?
No, but it's been a while since we talked. So I've got. If you want to talk about Damon, we can spend a long time talking about
Yes.
Damon because there's been a lot of changes in a lot of different areas. Like it's been amazing. So
Mhm.
okay, so he eats his oatmeal, all different flavors of oatmeal for breakfast. He doesn't eat as much goldfish as he used to, but it's still only the regular flavor. But his dinners, he's no longer eating oatmeal for dinner. He's eating almost anything I give him. He eats pizza and pasta and ziti. He eats cheeseburgers and chicken sandwiches, a lot of chicken nuggets. The thing is, though, it's all put through a blender, through a food ninja, and blended. And that's the only way he'll eat it. So I will take like a hamburger and I'll cut it in half and I'll put it in the blender and then I'll put French fries in there and I'll put some ketchup, maybe some mayonnaise, some pickles, and I blend it
Mm.
and he eats it. He eats it. I'll take a piece of sausage pizza, put it in the blender, blend it up, put a little bit of water in there so it's like liquidy and he eats it and he enjoys it. But he eats it. So his diet is just
Does he ever watch you blend it?
no, no.
No.
But yeah, he eats all kinds of stuff. It's amazing. It's amazing. I would prefer not to hand feed him, but whatever. It is what it is. He won't feed himself, so it is what it is. I have to do what I have to do. But yeah, he eats pretty much whatever I give him. Every now and then I'll make something and he takes a bite and he says, "All done." It's like, okay, you don't like the taste of this. That's fine. I get that. He doesn't get as many vegetables as I would like him to have. He
Mhm.
tends to not eat if there's vegetables in it, but I try. And as time goes on, I'll be trying more and more. But yeah, one of the things that he looks at is the color. He tends to like to eat things that are orangey. So one of the common threads with everything he eats is that it has tomatoes and or tomato sauce or some tomato product.
Okay.
So if there's no tomato in it, is a higher chance he won't eat it.
Okay.
So yeah.
And
So I've
you're
got
not the
little
mom who
cans
would
of tomato
artificially
sauce. What was that?
you're not the mom who would artificially color your kid's food because
No,
you're staying away from the artificial
yeah, no, no.
chemicals.
But I get little tiny cans of tomato sauce and just pour
Okay.
some of that in and I mean tomato tastes good on almost everything, so we can get away with it. But yeah, that's kind of the thing is he looks at the color, and another thing is the consistency, and then the third thing is the taste. So if it's too thick or if it's too chunky, he won't eat it. If it's not orange enough, he won't eat it, and if it doesn't taste good, he won't eat it. So I taste
Mhm.
everything that I feed him. After it all comes out of the blender, I taste it before I feed it to him. If I don't think it tastes okay, if I don't think it tastes good, I won't give it to him. So
I
he's
think
sick.
my next curiosity to see if he would like it would be the V8 fusion drinks that are fruits and vegetables at the same time.
Oh my god, I didn't even think of that. I should do that. V8. It's
Yeah.
tomato. It's and
Mhm.
all kinds of stuff in there. I didn't even think of V8. I should get some of that.
That's my next question.
That's a great idea. By the way, the goldfish that you sent, the
Mhm.
bulk of that I ate. Because he wasn't eating it, so I ate it.
You know,
Thank you, by the way.
good.
That was very thoughtful. So thank you so much.
And you know that I haven't had anything to drink since like 2019, right?
Drink
I
as
was
in
not. I was not intoxicated. I'm an addiction counselor, right?
right.
When I sent that, I was actually sleep deprived, and I forgot to say anything about it, and then I forgot that I sent it, and then I see your post
I'm like,
on Facebook, and I'm like, oh no, what
I
did
got
I
the box.
do?
I'm like, what the fuck is this?
So I've been up really, really late, with work or school,
That's funny.
and I sometimes when I get sleep deprived, I do strange stuff and I don't remember.
I do not stream every day. I'm going to try to stream more often. I used to stream a lot. Um, because I've been on YouTube for, oh wow, 16 years, some shit like that. And I used to stream a lot. I don't stream nearly as much um, since the boys were born. First Damon, and then Kai. After Kai was born, he's our 3-year-old. I don't stream hardly at all anymore. But I'm gonna try to get back to it. So you could sub anyway. You know, um, if it's even better though is if you become a patron on Patreon, and there's the link for that right there. Um, yeah,
So
I
there's another instance of this that I did something like this.
really.
So when I did that to you, I was afraid, like, oh my goodness, she thinks she has some like weird stalker or something.
I
Sending
was like,
like she's going to Brian. Uh,
Brian J.
when Brian J. When his wife passed away, I sent him a candle.
And
Like
you did.
it was up late, like 3 nights later. He's one of the saved addresses in my Amazon, and I sent a candle. Well, he wasn't thinking that it was a stalker. He was thinking that the spirit of his beloved had maybe like done something, and he had to contact me to figure out if he should be like really freaked out. So like you're not the only person that I've done this to. So I have to like only shop during like regular waking hours, and if it's late night, I can't be shopping because I buy weird shit and then I send it to people and I don't tell them because when it's late at night, you don't want to just like bug someone and say, "Hey, I sent you this," because they're sleeping.
Right. Hang on 1 second. Clown. So okay, so here's you were probably weren't in here, but I gave this whole big rant earlier. So here's the thing. Um, I throw it out there. If somebody wants to support me on Patreon, great. If they don't, that's also great. I don't get upset. I don't get my feelings hurt over it. I am pushing the Patreon now only because I'm planning a trip to Disney for me, the missus, and the kids. And I will get to why that's really important to me in a minute, because I got another story to tell about Damon, my 6-year-old, almost 7 now. But anyway, because like I said, Michael, there's a lot of news. So like, Damon's come a long way. So yeah. So what I'm going to tell you the story now, and it leads to why I did the whole Disney or bust thing. You saw the thumbnail; it said Disney or bust. So that'll all kind of lead into that. So here's what happened. So we were looking to go to, because we normally like we'll go to the shore, once or twice. We'll go to the fair. We'll find a carnival. We'll do that. We don't have a lot of money. We're not low income housing, but we're broke all the fucking time.
So in Jersey, you don't call it the Jersey Shore. You just say the shore.
It's the shore. Yeah. So, okay. And no matter where you live, it's down the shore. So like if you live in North Jersey, you go down the shore. If you live in South Jersey, you're still going down the shore. So that's just the way it is. Anyway, so we're like, we have no money. I didn't get any hours. Like I've been using Peach's money to pay my car payment all summer because my hours at work were cut down to between 3 and 6 hours a week. Bad. I mean, yeah. So it's been rough. It's been a really, really rough summer. But I mean, summer was coming to an end, and we're like, we haven't done anything. So we just said, fuck everything. for one paycheck, basically, and let's do something. So we decided to go to Hershey Park. So are you familiar with Hershey Park? It's in
Mhm.
Pennsylvania, but
Yeah.
it's about a 3-hour drive away from us, right? It's about a
And I
3 hour
saw
drive.
some of your Facebook posts on this.
So okay, so we decided to go to Hershey Park, and instead of driving home in the middle of the night, we figured we would get a room, like a Comfort Inn or whatever, and that was the closest thing that we're gonna have to a vacation. We haven't gone on an actual vacation in over a decade. It's been a long time.
Mhm.
Partly because we bought this amazing house that has a lot of problems. Hershey Park is, yeah, it's an amusement park. It's kind of like Disney, except it's Hershey and a lot cheaper. A lot cheaper. Like it's like $170 for one ticket at Disney. Hershey Park was like $36 or some shit like that. $50 tops, something like that. It was cheap in comparison. Still, that's money that we really don't have, but we did it anyway. So, for those of you watching who are unaware, our son Damon and Kai both, they are severely autistic, um, and they are a lot of work, and they've had a lot of sensitivities. There's a lot of things that they don't do or can't do or won't do, and sometimes it's hard to tell which is which. um, but they're a lot. Um, so we had the opportunity to go. The last time we did anything with them was earlier in the summer. We went to a family function, and we went to a baby shower, and Kai pulls the fire alarm, and the fire department had to come, and the alarm was blasting for like an hour, and it ended up being it sucked. You know he's 3.
Mhm.
What are you gonna do? But anyway, so it's hard to do things with them. We went to the fair last year and ended up leaving after only a short time because it was just we were angry and frustrated because they get into things and it's hard. So we decided, fuck it, let's just take the money and let's go to Hershey Park, and we were gonna make a real effort to not let small things bother us and to enjoy it. So drove the 3 hours. Actually, it took us almost 4 hours to get there. And it was like a lot of back roads. So we're like, okay, the drive actually isn't bad. It's not a lot of highway driving, right? It was a great ride. We get to the park and there's like a tram. So we park and we're waiting for the tram. The tram comes and we're trying to get on the tram, and Damon is screaming and pulling, and he's no, no, no. And I had to pick him up and forcibly put him on the tram, which, you don't want to do, but what are you going to do? So we get to the gates of the park, and there's an area before the gates called Chocolate World, and they've got a ride in there called the Factory Ride, and it's basically you sit in a little car, and it goes along its path, and it shows you how the factory works and the history of the park and all that kind of stuff, history of the Hershey business, the company. It gives you a whole thing of that, and the whole ride they're pumping in the smell of chocolate. Right. So we go to get on that ride, and Damon freaks out and he's resisting and he's screaming no and he's pulling away. And I got to force him to get on that. Once he gets on, he's very unimpressed. He wasn't upset. He was okay. Once we were moving, he was okay. But he was very unimpressed. He was like this.
Oh, wow.
So all right. All right. So we go through all that, and we go through because they dropped you off in a store. So we went through the store without buying anything, which is the hard part, especially after they pump in all the chocolate smell. And then we get to the gates and we go into the park, and we stop by a little bench and we put sunblock on the kids. And he looks at me and he says, "May I have some roller coaster, please?" He wants to go on a roller coaster. And I'm like, "Kid, you can have all of the fucking roller coaster you want." Let's go. So put him on a couple of rides before we found a roller coaster that he was big enough for. And again, he resisted, but once he got on, he was fine. We went on the Scrambler, that's an old fashioned amusement ride, right? Loved it. He was laughing and giggling, and he had a ball. We found a log flume, went on that, loved it. And then we found a roller coaster for him that he could go on. It was like a one of the train car ones. It's like
Mhm.
runaway train or some shit like that. Loved it. He absolutely loved it. And I mean, it was just like, it was amazing. It was fantastic. The rest of the day, he was cooperative. He was in a good mood. He went on rides. He was on the bumper cars with Peach. Loved it. They have an area called the Shore, right? Or the boardwalk. And
Mhm.
they have a wave pool. Loved it.
Hmm.
Went on the lazy river. He loved it. Kai did not like the lazy river. He refused to be lazy. But Damon loved it. I actually put him on a tube by himself, and he held on to the handles on the tube, and he went through the whole thing twice. Loved it. It was amazing. It was fantastic. It was just like, who is this kid? We had a ball. So we ended up staying till nearly closing for the park. It got close. We ended up leaving a little bit earlier than we wanted to because Damon at that point was tired and he was done. And he looked at Peach and he said, "What was it? Time to go home, mommy. Time to go home." And I was like, "Oh, I think we're good. I think we're done." But it
Okay.
was so good. So then we went to the hotel and they both lost their fucking minds. They were pulling on the door, let's go home, want to go home, screaming. No, and here I am. I'm a trans woman in a motel room with little kids that are screaming, no, no, no. I'm like, I'm gonna get arrested. Kids, you gotta stop screaming. So Damon finally he settled down. He was fine. He was playing video games, and Kai screamed for another hour until he finally conked out. I was so afraid we were going to get kicked out of the hotel because he was screaming. But neither one of us lost our temper, really. Not really. A little bit on the lazy river ride. I yelled at Kai because he was just freaking out so much. Um, but we both held it together. We had a good time. The boys, for the most part, had a good time. We had a good time as a family and individually. It was a success. It was a fantastic success beyond what we expected. So we were like, you know what? We have time. I just got a new job. I'm starting on the 3rd. Um, and I will be making about triple the pay that I was making before. Um,
With hours?
So I'll be okay. So I was making $16 an hour before, and I was working 3 hours a day, 3 to 4 hours. It was 3 hours, 3 to 4 hours a day, 5 days a week during the school year,
Mhm.
right? So you figure I was working 20 hours a week. So right, do the math. That's not a whole lot of money. It's not nothing, but it's not a whole lot of money. I did a lot with that little bit of money, and
Mhm.
and I bought a car, and repairing my credit. I did a lot of stuff around the house. This stuff that we need, that we needed, and I was able to do it. Um, but then over the summer, like I said before, I had no hours, and it really hurt us. It hurt us a lot. So now this new job, I'll be making 22 an hour, and I'm working 30 hours a week.
Mhm.
So you do the math, that's almost triple the pay. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's really fucking good. So I'm like, I'll be making enough money that I can afford to put a little bit away every week, and I'll have almost enough to go to Disney for a week by the time June comes around. Almost enough. So now I got to close that.
So we're talking about June 2025.
Yep.
Okay.
So what I did was I put together on the Disney website, I put together a Disney vacation. It's actually 6 days at Disney, but whatever.
Mhm.
Right, 6 days at Disney. Um, 3 parks. So one day at one park, one day at another park. So 3 days worth of parks. Um, 2 meals and a snack every day that we're there, and um, staying in a Disney resort. And it's me, Peach, my mom, and the boys, and it's like $6,000, which is, when you break it all down, that's a real good deal.
Okay.
So, so that's the plan, is to do that. So, since I'm not going to have enough, I got to try to fill that gap. So I'm like, Disney or bust. Oh. Peach is my other half. She's my partner. So, and I'm a teacher's aide. I work now for the public school system. So, work at the high school. And I'm so excited. So I'll be working in an ABA classroom with high school students, teenagers, and part of what I'll be doing is we'll be working on life skills. So once like the special ed kids make it to high school, the focus goes basically from like learning academic stuff to learning how to live, trying to prepare them for outside of school. So that's I'm like, okay, I think I can do this. So it's a big jump in pay, it's a big jump in responsibility, and I'm going from a private school setting to public school. Tomorrow, the Board of Ed is actually voting on my appointment. I was already hired, but I can't actually get the job until the Board of Ed approves the hire. So that happens tomorrow. I can't think of any reason other than the fact that I'm trans for that to be an issue. But the school board in that town, that school board, is mostly Democrat, so I don't think I'm gonna have a problem. So
Okay. Well, we'll be doing similar things. Me for the next 3 years. I basically am also going to be a teaching
really
for a little bit of my week each week.
nice.
It's part of a degree program that I have to go to the underclassmen and give them the skills that I have and bring up more people in the field. So
I'm a Democrat, so I guess it's a Democrat channel. I know. Life's hard.
I also am registered as a Democrat, and I really enjoyed this one clip of Barack Obama's speech where he talked about how Trump is obsessed with crowd size. Yes, I
Okay,
think
so that was a dick joke. It was clearly a dick joke. Clearly, Brian Tyler Cohen said, "Oh, he was picking on his accordion hands." It's like, no, bitch, he was not. That was a dick joke.
Just the entire setup, the delivery. I think comedians will be studying that moment for a
I know.
long.
You know what it was? It was when he looked at his hands. That was the
Yes.
giveaway. That was the giveaway that it was a dick joke. When he looked at his hands. Because I don't know what the obsession with crowd size. That was it right there. It was just like, I watched it. Peach had fallen asleep, but she was in the bedroom sleeping, and I watched it in the living room. And when he did that, I shouted, "Oh shit!" I was like, there you go. That's my president. I miss that, man.
So Dybbuk is a Democrat too.
That's what he says. Is it? How do you say it? Is it Dybbuk? I have no idea. Dybbuk? Dybbuk? I don't know.
I think it's Dybbuk, as in like a Dybbuk box. You ever heard of that?
No.
So, like, let's say you're walking along a nature trail, right, and you come across a box that's been sealed with wax, with like little runes, like painted in the wax, and it's like a sealed wax box. Don't touch it. Leave it alone. You didn't see it.
Oh, okay.
Apparently, if you like open it up, that you'll release the evil spirit inside, and it'll chase you around in your life and haunt you.
And what is this from?
It's kind of a Jewish folklore thing.
Oh, okay. Jewish
Maybe
mythology.
Kyle
Dybbuk
can
is a
explain it
religious.
better,
Okay.
but
Okay. Yeah. Dybbuk. Yeah. Jewish myth. I was gonna say when you start talking about like runes and all that kind of stuff, I'm like, well, I'm actually, I mean, not paid. I mean, I'm in a coven,
mhm.
so um, I'm a fluffy bunny Wiccan, so yeah,
Okay.
it's neat. It's neat. I enjoy it. Every month I go and we have our ceremony, and yeah, it's cool. It gets me out. I meet new people. Um, so yeah, when you start talking about runes and spirits, I'm like, I never heard of this. Yeah, I just looked up real quick. Jewish mythology. Okay, that's new for me. I never heard that.
Well, I've seen so that there were some Dybbuk boxes that people were like making kind of like grab bags of weird stuff, and people were buying them on eBay and then opening them with live streams, and then having everyone in the chat going, "No, no, put it back," and
Okay.
it's kind of a way that people have trolled their audience to say that they bought a Dybbuk box and they're going to see what's inside.
Okay. Thank you, Dybbuk. Let me see. Somebody mentioned me in a comment. What did you say? Science says a man is a man and a woman is a woman based on their chromosomes. No amount of estrogen or testosterone will ever make an X flip or vice versa. Science says you're feeding mental illness. Nope, you're just wrong.
The whole Olympic boxing thing. A whole bunch of people have had to rethink their whole chromosomes are where it's at, and
Oh yeah, no, a lot of people. A lot of people don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a. All these people are just like, oh, if it's X, and you're a woman, if it's XY, you're a man. So I don't care that she was born with a vagina and that she lived her life as a woman, was born as a woman, and always believed she was a woman. As long as she has XY, she's a man. And it's like, really? Wow, that's not what you were saying before. You were saying that it was all about genitals. Now the genitals don't matter. Fucking assholes. They don't care. Anything that they have to say to support their bigotry, that's what they'll say. Like the guy I just messaged, or responded to rather. I mean, he was just like, no, because he said science says, that trans people or people who talk about being trans and all that stuff, they're wrong. They're denying science. And it's just like, actually, no, you're wrong. Science doesn't say what you think it says.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why it's like, oh, but a man is a man, a woman's a woman, so says science. Nope, that's not what science says. You're wrong. So, people suck. But they're going to say whatever they're going to say, that whatever supports their bigotry the most.
Mm-hmm. It strikes me as like really, really odd that we're into science now, for one, right? And know nothing about it, right? But now we're going to be into the science. But just like, let's say 40, 50 years ago, the only test they could have done for these athletes would have been to have a doctor examine them, like behind a closed door. The doctor had come out and said, actually, that's a girl. Like, and just by the exam.
Right. Physical examination.
But now, as more science comes out, they want to try to apply it in order to confirm their biases. is, right? Which is not how science works.
It's not how science works. It's so ridiculous, and it's all the time. So
Mhm. So I remember when this was Caster Semenya's problem, the runner. She basically had too much tea, but all men have a little bit of estrogen. All women have a little testosterone in them. You have to,
and it varies from day to day.
yeah. But Caster Semenya had a very defined figure, and they were like, "Oh, that doesn't look womanly enough." Well, everyone else is watching this. My old lady is like, we got to watch the women's gymnastics, right? So there's Simone Biles, and she's 4'8", right? 27 years old, 4'8", right? Legally dwarfism, right? Like that fits the height requirement, right? Chinese teams have been disqualified for trying to put in girls that are not 16 years old yet because they're shorter and they have an advantage. Right? We found a person who is naturally shorter, right? So short,
natural
dwarf. We are that no one's saying it because like she's got her own like Simone Rising show on Netflix and all that, but she's a dwarf. She does her routine, she flips, and at the height of her flips, they marked it at like 12 foot. So you take her height and subtract it. The 4'8", there's 7'4" that she cleared, right? So in 7'4", you could fit an entire Shaquille and an O'Neal, right? Right? She is like he could walk out onto the mat and she could clear him,
right?
4'8" girl clearing that, and that is inhuman.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Right? The ratio of air to girl.
Right.
This no other person can do it. She now has like things named after her because they're in her like 4 different things are the Biles now. Right. She's leagues ahead of everyone else. She has a genetic advantage.
She has a genetic advantage.
Right?
Well, I mean, the example I used was the I don't remember his name. He was the tallest player ever in the NBA. He wasn't very good, but it's kind of beside the point.
Was that Yao Ming?
Was it? What was it?
Yao Ming was like 7 foot something.
This guy was 7 something. He was tall. He was the tallest NBA player ever. He was massive, black guy. But I mean, his arms were so long. He looked like Slender Man. I mean, it was just, it was like unreal looking, and he wasn't very good.
Mm-hmm.
But still, I mean, he had an advantage. He wouldn't, if he didn't have it, he wouldn't have gotten on the team. He wouldn't have been chosen. He wouldn't have had a career.
So
but he had a natural advantage.
Something that could be used to make future gymnasts smaller and not develop yet would be puberty blockers, right? They're banned, right? But if they're used for a couple of years and then discontinued before the years that people get tested by the Olympic Committee, like in their run up to the Olympics,
right?
No one's going to know. So now we're going to have the possibility of people being accused of using these blockers. Now they weren't available for Simone. She's 27 years old. It's kind of obvious. She just kind of came out a dwarf.
Right. Yeah, it's going to whether they use them or not is beside the point. The accusation will definitely come out.
Yeah, because the science is going to come along to help people hate.
Right. Which again is not how science works, but
yeah,
it doesn't matter. They'll find a way to bend it to their will.
Michael Phelps, dude with like more gold medals than Mexico, like literally.
And he's like a mutant, like webbed fingers and shit. I mean, his
body produces less lactic acid.
Yeah, like he was born to swim. Yeah. He has a natural genetic advantage.
If you ate 10% of what he ate, your butt would be this big.
Yeah.
Very juicy butt. Yeah.
Michael Jordan was rejected from his high school basketball team 3 times or more because of racism. His story makes a good example of why you should never give up. Well, that is true.
Okay.
That is true. But
So
I mean, the whole thing about like having an unfair advantage is bullshit. It's pure bigotry. Because for the examples you gave, there are other people that are not trans that have advantages.
they've had to make rules about this other thing that we call technological doping, right? So I want to buy some of those Vaporfly shoes. They're like $200 on the open market now for civilians like me, because they make you run like 8% faster. And for
Wow.
me, I need to cheat. I my run speed sucks, right? But if all of the other athletes don't have access to something that's been on the market for a long time, they can't have it. The Vaporfly shoes had been banned for a long time, right? But our Olympic swim team, right? We had NASA make them a polymer that was like shark skin for their suits, right? And we're worried about, how much testosterone somebody has
Somebody
in
has naturally in their system.
We have an Olympic training facility down the road from me in Colorado Springs, right? The elevation of which is like 8,000 feet, right? And then we're going to send them in 2028 to LA, which is at sea level, right?
Okay.
We are using this technological advantage because some countries don't have mountains like we do.
Right.
Some of these island countries never go over like 500 feet above sea level because they have like little rolling hills, right?
So the oxygen difference between the mountain and the shore.
You get acclimated to this altitude, and then you go down to sea level, and you have an advantage. When the Pittsburgh Steelers played the Broncos at Mile High, one of their team had to fall out, and he actually learned that he had sickle cell anemia by the fact that he fell out on the field.
Oh, wow.
Right? Because we have this advantage up here in Denver. That's why the Broncos have any luck whatsoever, is because we have the altitude advantage. Right? The Avalanche recently won the Stanley Cup. The Nuggets 2 years ago won the NBA championship. Like, we have this air that's thinner, but when your body acclimates to it, when you go on the road, you just dominate. It's like taking a parachute off, right? Other countries can't afford to send all of their Olympic athletes to a training center in Colorado Springs, right?
Right.
Even in Paris. So they had the people who had to sleep on the cardboard boxes in the Olympic Village. We had the Athletica building that was not in the Olympic Village, where U.S. people could go for extra training right before the Olympics, and basically it's a performance center, right? Other countries can't afford to rent out a whole freaking hotel-like building and create a performance center. So in case their athlete needs better sleep than you would get in the actual Olympic Village, you can like control for all things and like control the climate better and give them like a hyperbaric chamber before they go to their event, right? Tell me that some of these African countries were able to correct for the E. coli in the Seine River by giving their athletes medicine.
Yeah, well, so I hadn't heard about the river. They failed in cleaning it, right?
They failed. It was they still did some events where people took water tests while the event was going, and it was not clean enough for them to be doing it. And some people got sick and were not able to perform at their next event. Yes.
Yeah, it was bound. I mean, when I think it was John Oliver was talking about it, and like how they had these plans and that they were assuring everyone that the river would be clean, it would be ready. And I was, no, that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen.
So he actually didn't explain the whole thing. So Macron and the mayor of of Paris were going to swim in it to prove that it was clean.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
And
They did.
then this website came out, and it was hashtag shit in the Seine, and it was a calculator where you could put in what part of the river you actually live on, and it would say what time you have to poop in the river so that your turd would float by as they're swimming. Right? So it's like time poop delivery.
Oh, that's fucked up.
It's so fucked up, right?
Stuff like that. Well, yeah, I just it was clear that there was no way that water was going to be clear.
Yeah.
So that sucks that the athletes actually had to swim in it. That's terrible. That's fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, that's fucked up.
And even like when they said it was clean enough to swim, just looking at it, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
For decades, the Seine had been closed to public swimming with signs saying you'll get sick.
Yeah.
There's human feces in it. So.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, there's a lot of waterways in Europe just in general that have had people living on them along the water and everything for so long that those waterways will never be clean. It's just like I mean, yeah, like there are places in this world you should not swim.
Mm-hmm.
Italy, France, the UK, India. Stay out of the fucking water. Just no. And don't drink any water. Bring bottled water. Don't do it. Just don't.
I don't know if you saw any parts of the Olympics, but did you notice that the U.S. You maybe saw some clips, but the U.S. basically is using for their mascot for U.S. Olympics Snoop Dogg.
Yes, I saw. Yeah.
Snoop Dogg he was carrying the torch.
Yeah. Pretty wild.
It looked like a giant blunt in his hand.
Yep.
It was terrible optics. Like, but they're basically, where did he become like Mr. Olympics? Like,
well, when did he become like, Mr. Respectable?
Yeah.
So, yeah. Just don't stay out of all New York. Well, New York State's not bad. I can go out my door right here and throw a rock and hit New York State. I mean, I'm it's right there. So, and I mean, yeah, New York State, the water isn't bad.
I can go out that way and pee in the water, and it's going to touch like 20 states eventually.
Hang on.
Louisiana would be the last one.
What is this Garden Brothers Circus? What is this? Is this going to be a video? I don't want to play a video. Rockaway, New Jersey, the Garden Brothers nuclear circus. What is a nuclear circus? I am intrigued. I don't know what this is.
A nuclear circus.
A nuclear circus. Okay, this is interesting. Yeah, no, New York City. Yeah, don't go anywhere near the water in New York City. I mean, you can walk on the piers, but yeah, don't touch the water. Yeah, so Peach just sent me a link for the nuclear circus, and it's going to be in a town not far from here. And I don't know any details on it, but I will check it out. I don't know. Is this adults only? Oh. Humans Gone Wild. What is this? I'm sorry. Where's the pause button? Humans gone wild. Wow, wow, wow. Garden Brother Circus, world's largest circus. Family tradition of over 100 years. It's for the family. Is this from the same people, love? No, this is Stellar Entertainment. This is somebody different. Pittsburgh, PA. So when are they going to be by us? Very, very interesting. Maybe we can do this. September. Oh, maybe we could do that. Cool.
Divot Clown, yes. Raven said she is Wiccan. She said that. She's in a coven.
I'm in a coven. It's the name of the coven is actually Practical Magic, which I think is funny. But the
Like the movie.
no, like the magic shop. So there's actually well, there's only one now, but there used to be two different stores that sell like crystals and sage and Wicca type supplies, I guess. And it was called Practical Magic. Both of them were. And one of them was owned by the guy who's basically the head of the coven. And he closed his shop down. He doesn't do that anymore, but that's where the name came from. So the shop was probably named after the movie, but I don't know. I never asked. It's cool. It's neat stuff. I like Wicca because Wiccans don't hurt nobody. You know? Do as you will. So.
You said do as you will?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why? You thought I said poo as you will? Poo
So I thought you said Jew as you will. I'm like,
do that too.
damn it, my head. You're
Do that too. Whatever.
yeah, whatever. What size shirt are you wearing?
2X.
2X?
Yeah. Why? Why?
Oh, because I wanted to, put the correct thing on this screen over here. Because I don't know what size shirt you think you need, but I think recreating the effect that you have going on is what I'm looking for. Like if I asked it a different, like what size do you wear?
2X.
Then it might have been a different answer. But like if I'm trying to like not, screw up the vibe that you got going on.
Why? What's wrong with that?
Nothing. I just wouldn't want to, mess with. Don't break what's not broken.
Oh, I see. All religions promote not hurting others. Yeah. That's what they say, But then they stone people, So, and that's the thing is, they stone people. It's not stoned people. That's two different things. If with Wicca, it's stoned people. At least some of them. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, Christianity is a pretty hateful religion. It's probably either the first or second most hateful religion. But whatever. I mean, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's responsible for their own thing, so. If somebody's going to be a shit, they should just be a shit and not blame a book. Yeah. And God sent bears to eat children. I mean, you know,
What did the fig tree ever do to Jesus, though?
depends on the tree. If the tree was evil, then the fruit was too.
Yeah, you heard what he did to the fig tree, though.
What did he do to the fig tree?
Like he, just like Drew Barrymore in Firestarter, he just like set that thing on fire because he hated it. Just, just
I'm not familiar with that.
never says why.
Okay, so off the top of my head, I can't remember what it's from. But yes, there's a story in the Bible where these kids are picking on the guy for being bald, and God sent bears to eat the children. Yeah, that's actually in the Bible. Off the top of my head, I can't think of it, but we can look it up real quick. I think Michael might be looking it up.
2 Kings chapter 2, verse 23, 24.
Yeah. God is a God. The biblical God, the Christian God, is a pretty evil fucker. He's pretty bad. He actually even says himself that he's evil.
Yeah.
He's happy about it. He's proud of it. He's good being evil. He says, I bring the darkness. I form the darkness, and I create evil.
Mhm.
I mean, I, the Lord, do those things. I mean, he's happy about it.
I wish so. There's this concept I learned from a high-ranking jiu-jitsu practitioner, right?
Ooh.
And he called some of the places where other people might learn martial arts. He called them McDojos.
Some of them are.
Yeah, and so I wish we could apply that same concept, the mix something, to churches and just call them McChurches.
Dun, 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 dun. God's loving it.
Yeah, and people might realize if you call it a McChurch that it's like low quality spirituality. Like it's the junk food of spirituality.
Well, if it's an evangelical church, most definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're like the Del Taco.
It's amazing. I mean, I understand being a believer. I do. I understand wanting to go to church. I get it. What I don't understand is being a believer, going to church and having your preacher say things like, I just bought an airplane. Please give more money. It's like, bitch, no. No. You don't believe everything I'm saying about God. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, I didn't say anything that's not in the Bible. So I don't believe God is evil. I believe he's good. Well, that's okay. That's fine. You can believe whatever you want. I'm not here to change your mind. I'm just telling you that God himself says he's evil. I form the darkness. No, yeah, right? No, I form the darkness and create evil. I, the Lord, do these things. Those are God's words in every single version of the Bible there is. That's in there. It's like, it's not out of context. God says he is evil. You can believe it. You cannot believe it. All I know is, according to the Bible, that's what God says, that he creates evil. And anything that creates evil is evil. So, but you can believe it. You cannot believe it. But that's I mean, he killed children by, through bears. Some preachers do that and some don't. Well, whatever, whatever. The whole airplane thing, yeah. Whatever. And I was like, what's his face? Josh Osteen. And having the church doors locked during a natural disaster so people couldn't get in. He's a hell of a guy. But anyway, whatever. You're allowed to believe whatever you want to believe.
And if I cite the chapter and verse to you, and you're either not wanting to pick up the Bible that you have to look it up, or even just plug it into Google, then I don't know what would convince you of anything that's in the Bible. Why do you listen to anybody about anything that's in the Bible if you don't want to look at anything? Do you just believe the things you want to believe? The things that sound nice?
So Hosea 9:11-16. Hosea prays for God's intervention. Ephraim shall bring forth his children to the murderer. Give them, O Lord, what wilt thou give? Give them a miscarrying womb and dry breasts. Ephraim is smitten, their root is dried up, they shall bear no fruit. Yet though they bring forth, yet will I slay even the beloved fruit of their womb. That is that's about an abortion. The number is 5:11-21.
I like the one where he had them bash the babies' heads on the rocks.
Oh, well, there's that too. Infanticide, right? Psalms 135:8. Here God is praised for slaughtering babies. Psalms 137. Here God commands that infants should be dashed upon the rocks. 1 Samuel 15:3. God commands the death of helpless suckling infants. It literally means that the children God killed are still missing. Murdering of children. Leviticus 29. For everyone that curseth the father, his mother shall be surely put to death. He hath cursed his mother or his father, his blood shall be upon him. Judges 11:30-40. Jephthah, whatever, killed his young daughter by burning her alive as a burnt sacrifice. Psalms 137:8-9. Prayer, song of vengeance. O daughter of Babylon, who art to be destroyed, happy shall he be that rewardeth thee as thou hast served us. Happy shall be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones. I mean, that's the Bible. So, whatever. I believe God is imperfect, then he's not God.
Isn't that something that you learned from Star Trek?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like you're basically making the argument that we should watch more Star Trek?
Yes.
I've heard this argument before.
Yes.
It just keeps on rearing its ugly head that we should all be watching Star Trek.
So we could do like I'm never going to remember this. I don't know why I have such a hard time remembering this, but the problem of evil. Why do I have such a hard time remembering it?
If Star Trek is the root of all goodness in the world, then I think that makes the most evil person in the world Kate. Because she's a Star Wars aficionado. Right? Have you heard the things that she says about William Shatner?
Well, William Shatner.
Brutal.
Yeah, he's kind of an asshole, though. But
okay, you're going light on him compared to Kate.
Oh yeah,
Kate will go on forever. Like, whew.
Where am I? Oh, here I am. Okay, so you believe that God is imperfect. Okay, so here's the thing. Dybbuk, have you ever heard of the problem of evil? So here's the thing is like, so the Bible, Christianity in general, there's some differences depending on denomination and, whatever version of the Bible they're following or whatever. But for the most part, most Christian and most versions of the Bible describe God as being perfect, infallible. He knows everything. He can do no wrong. He is omnipotent. He is omnipresent. He is omniscient, all-knowing, all-seeing, and everywhere, right? That's the God of the Bible that most Christians believe in. So there's the problem of evil. And if God was all-knowing and all-powerful and everywhere, there would be no evil. So here's how it basically goes. And this is from Epicurus. It says, is God willing to prevent evil? but he's not able. Then he's not omnipotent. Is he able but not willing? Well, then he's malevolent. Is he both able and willing? Then where does evil come from? Is he neither able or willing? Well, then why call him God? I mean, in a nutshell, that's basically, it. When you take a step back, when you stop looking through things through the lens of your faith, and look at it just clear headed and really think about it, it doesn't make any sense that there could be a being of God and still have evil things happen in the world. Because if God isn't willing to do something about it, then he's evil. And if he can't do something about it, then he's not God. So, I mean, there's really shitty things in the world. And because they exist, there can't be a God. Because you say that, and then people come up with like free will, but they're like, oh, but then there's free will. And it's like, okay, I would like to believe in free will. I like to think that, the things I do is just because I want to do them, but that it really isn't true. People do the things that the things that they do because of things that happen to them, because of situations that they're in, because of the lens that they view the world through. So the things that they do are tainted by things beyond their control. So you don't really have perfect free will. It's always something that is directing you in one way or another. And if the God in the Bible exists in the way that the Bible says he exists, then he already knows what you're going to do anyway. So it doesn't matter what decisions you make. Your book is already written. Your script is already written. You have no choice but to do what God already says you're going to do. So you don't have free will.
And there's people who are Christian who believe that. They're the 5-point Calvinists. And they're the most evil of all Christians. They really don't believe in forgiveness of people or that you can change. They believe that you're predestined at birth to go to heaven or hell.
And like, how evil is that, though? Like, to be a Christian and to believe that people have no choice about that kind of a thing, and then be bad to those people for it. They didn't choose it. That is just so. That's ridiculous. Moses banged on a rock, and water came from the rock, and he said he brought water from the rock, and God got mad at him for it, saying Moses didn't bring the water. God brought the water. Yeah, I mean, how ridiculous. That's petty. That's petty. Why would anybody want to worship that being that would be so petty? Moses won the argument. I mean, there's always also the whole thing about, like, can God make a rock so big he can't lift it?
Wait. We're not that PG-13 here.
What? Can God make a rock so big he can't lift it? That would have to be a really big fucking rock. I mean, if God created all the planets.
The non-PG-13 Deadpool version would be, can God create an asshole so big that even he couldn't fuck it? But the rock, yeah. Can he make one so big that even he can't lift it? Well,
now I've been made to understand by non-believers that that's a bullshit question and it shouldn't be used. And I suppose they're right. But at the same time, it's like, why? Like, if God is all powerful, why can't he do that? And if he can do that, why?
For shorthand, you could just say, can God break his own rules?
Right? Can he break his own rules? You're a puppy. You're a puppy. You're a puppy. You're the puppy.
Yeah.
You're the puppy.
When I think about free will, it's the selectivity of it. The same people who say, well, you have free will, and that's an important part of your spiritual journey. I deal with people who sometimes come from a 12-step group who have to learn by rote that they are powerless against their addiction.
Yeah.
Right. And then they come to me for therapy, and I'm trying to teach them that they have the power within them to change their circumstances. And then they go back to those meetings where they say a prayer at the beginning and say a prayer at the end. And it's very much a shoehorn to get Jesus into your life when you're at your lowest point in life, right? And they keep telling them that you're powerless, right? Where's the free will if you're telling people that they're powerless against something? So it's only really free will when it's convenient for their arguments. When they want to get people to join their flock, they'll tell them that they don't have free will. And it's a very common thing that they do to people.
That sounds kind of evil right there.
They'll
But it's
scream,
okay because they're people, huh?
they'll scream that we need to remove books that they disagree with from schools because we're indoctrinating the children. All the while they have Sunday school.
Right. Right. And Bible camp.
And they know the power of catching people when they're young.
Yep. The church is hypocritical, always has been.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, it's, you see, Divik, we used to talk about this stuff all the time. I made, and they're gone now. I've deleted most of them, but I mean, I had literally thousands of videos where I actually talked about this stuff. I took part in debates, panel discussions, watched debates between like people like me who were just like, lay people who just were taking part in the discussion, and also, philosophers and people who for a living talk about this stuff. So, for many years, it was the main thrust of my channel. The conversation got old.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and having to rehash the same things that Epicurus said centuries ago.
So, it's like people, where's your evidence of God? That's in the Bible. No, that's not the evidence. That's the claim. Where's the evidence that claim is true? It's in the Bible. Well, that's circular. I mean, hello. The Bible is true because it says it's true. That's bullshit. That's a crock of shit right there. But yeah, God said in the first chapter of Genesis that he was sorry that he created man. And also, God said that he created man in our image. Who is our? Who are all these other, who are the other gods he was talking about? Your mom and dad created you. That's how, animals reproduce. They fuck.
Yeah.
Sexual reproduction. It works. We're 8 billion strong now. Is that where we're at? Right? It works. Who's the puppy? Who's the puppy? Who's the puppy?
Get her.
What?
I said get her.
She's my puppy. She's my puppy. Don't eat me, puppy. Mm. You got bad breath. You have bad breath.
If you get bit on the boob while live streaming, I will clip that part out.
She won't.
And I will post it on my channel.
She won't.
Laughing.
She is not a boob biter. Are you? No, you're not a boob biter. No.
Oh, she probably came into this world a boob biter.
Yeah. Yeah, she probably did for a little while.
A lot of us do.
She's from Texas, by the way. She was found on the street in Texas as a puppy. And she made her way to Pennsylvania and then to New York, or New York and then Pennsylvania. I know. And then I adopted her. So my parents created me physically and God created spiritually. You created yourself spiritually because you could have chosen any denomination, any faith, any religion, or none. Where you live in the world also has a bit of a determining factor on your spiritual life. What your parents believe had a role in that also. There's no God required for that. Some people will consider sunsets and waterfalls to be spiritual events, and they see spirituality as something completely different. So, I mean,
in New Jersey, Bon Jovi is played on rock and roll stations.
yeah, and I mean, he's getting old, but he used to be a really good looking man. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay. You can disagree. Here's the thing. I don't think I gave opinions. Everything I said is basically true. So it's weird to disagree with something that just is true. I always found that odd. I'm like, water is wet. Well, I disagree. Well, that's fine. You can do that. It doesn't make any sense, but you can do it. It's okay.
I like the sentiment of to each their own. Like when people say it, I don't know that everyone that says it completely embraces it, because they'll say to each their own while they vote for things that would ban books from schools that would allow people to have their own, and they try to push their beliefs onto others, and they want to restrict the rights and privileges of other people who believe that they should have their own.
Restricting rights is the American way. So I unfriended Tracy Harris.
So did I.
Probably for the same reason.
I made a video about it just so that everyone would know how weird it was.
Oh my God. It's just like, oh, I can't believe everybody is like talking about who they're going to vote for when we're involved in a genocide. And it's just like, are you insane? Like, what the fuck? I mean, what's happening in Israel and God is a fucking mess. And we should do everything we can to stop it and distance ourselves from it. I agree with all of that. But our lives don't stop because something terrible is happening on the other side of the world. Like, we need to get up and go to work, and we need to feed our families, and we need to make sure that our government is functional, supplying the things it needs to supply to the people so we can continue as a country, regardless of the horrible thing happening somewhere else. But she's like, no. It's a genocide, and we are guilty because of our mere existence on this piece of earth, on this land. We are guilty of killing Palestinians. That's some fucked up shit.
While I have a vastly different perspective than Tracy Harris, I agree with her on that point.
I don't.
That we are complicit in it. Yes.
Our country is. Our government is. I am not my government. I am not complicit.
So
Make it
we
make sense.
have the ability to voice our concerns in
Yes.
ways that are productive.
Yes.
What she's arguing for is that we should stop all of our other pursuits in favor of this one thing, right?
Right.
And if we did, I guarantee more genocides would happen. If we just concentrate on that one place on Earth, you know that we're putting out fires everywhere, right?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, every little tin pot dictator who's going to want to have the attention on them. Like if we were to do that, it would only be a matter of days before North Korea bombed South Korea.
Most betting men who are in the intelligence industry would probably bet that by 2028 Taiwan will be taken over by China, and there will be massive deaths. I don't know that they'll call it a genocide because they can't see beyond like yellow people and yellow people. It's not as brown and white as Israel versus Gaza, right? But there's basically going to be a genocide of Taiwanese people.
Yeah.
And we're trying to head that off, and in order to do that, we have to elect the right people. You might look at Ukraine versus Russia as white people versus white people, and so therefore, like, how genocide? But lots and lots of people dying, right? And if the wrong people get in office next term, that war turns the other way.
Yes.
Those borders start marching the other direction.
Right.
And that's important.
Joe posted something, and I mean, he saw it somewhere else, but Joe posted something the other day, which I thought was hilarious. But it was like, like 2022, right? Russia has the second largest army in the world. Doesn't matter if it's not completely accurate, because it's the point that the saying is making is what's important, right? 2022, Russia has the second largest army in the world. 2023, Russia has the second largest army in Ukraine. 2023, Russia's army is the second largest in Russia. And it's like, oh shit, things are not going good for Russia. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
But
because I stopped paying it, and that's the thing. There's so many things going on, and we got so many things in our personal lives that are also going on. I stopped paying attention to the war in Ukraine. So apparently, Ukraine is doing well against all odds.
I would say that they have enough support, and I would say that them being on across the border that was pushed, they're going back into those regions, right, and reclaiming that's progress, right?
Progress, yeah.
Everything that Putin said would start a nuclear war, all of his threats that he would start using nukes if this and this happened, well, they did, and we're still here.
Right. Yeah. Divik, that's pretty much right. The Ukraine military is now inside Russia, which I think is a good thing. I think that can only further the end of the entire conflict. So, if Putin were to agree to peace terms, and make sure that his troops stay on his side of the border, Ukraine will retreat back to Ukraine and stay out. Ukraine isn't trying to like annex Russia. So I don't think there's a danger of that kind of a thing. But yeah, the further inland they get into Russia, the better off they are.
Mm-hmm.
And China, I believe, has a larger military army than Russia.
So, to what Tracy Harris was getting at the DNC, there were protesters who put up a banner that said, "Stop funding Israel."
Right.
Right. And then somebody went and ripped it down. Right. And then some of the reporters just interviewed the people who had the banner up, and it turns out the dude who put it up, he himself was Jewish, and he had one of those Palestinian neck rags on, and he was explaining that he's Jewish and just doesn't want this genocide to happen, right? But the forum that they chose to do that was the DNC, because that shit would not fly at the RNC, right? That they would be beat the hell down, bloody and bruised, right? They're only putting this up to like people who will barely listen, right? So quit detracting for the people who may barely listen and trying to like say, well, I couldn't vote for you because you're not completely committed to everything that I'm asking for right now.
Right.
Well, they're the only ones that will at least listen or entertain you at all.
It's the insanity of thinking that people are voting only based on Israel and Gaza. Like people vote, right? People, the Palestinian people elected Hamas. Yes, it was like 30 fucking years ago, and they've never left power, and they basically became a dictatorship, right? But the people voted them in. They no longer could vote them out. So to say to blame the Palestinian people for it is fucking ridiculous, right? Mm-hmm. So these are people who have no choice in the matter. We have a two-party system. We have two candidates that we can choose from. Every 4 years for the office of president, we have two candidates that we can choose from because there's not enough people that will vote for a third party to make it viable. So that's all we have are the two choices. So we have our two choices. And every election cycle is going to be, this person is more of a hardliner against Palestinians. This person is going to be more softer towards them and more critical of Israel. Doesn't matter who they are or what their names are. That's always going to be the difference between them. Included in those choices is not someone who is going to completely defund Israel, and basically yell at them on the world stage and fix the problems of Gaza. That is not one of our choices. And because that's not one of our choices, people like Tracy Harris are irrational and unreasonable. And Tracy Harris, being who she is, and the place that she holds in our community, to see her being unreasonable and irrational is odd. It's just really like, you are a person of reason. and to lose that view of her is just really weird.
Before this issue, there was a thing that happened in the atheist community of Austin, right? Where they allowed somebody into their group and on the show, and he said some things that were anti-trans, right? And then he was shamed for it, made not the best apology about it, because he was still learning, right? It was more important for them to completely distance themselves from this dude than the entire legacy of the atheist community of Austin. And so Tracy Harris left, Jim Peoples left, like all of the people
I was unaware of
that probably left the most. They all left over this one controversy, this one thing. And I'm like, this one person, just because he got on the show and then he had his own channel where he had his own views, doesn't speak for everyone just because he was on the show. You aren't a monolith, are you?
Yeah.
Well, they figured that, yes, they are, that this one person had poisoned the monolith.
Right.
And so they all quit. And I'm like, That show was so instrumental to so many people's lives
Right.
and in helping them see things.
Well,
Right?
Tracy had recently said something about not wanting to be known. And I assume she means only, right? And to not be, she doesn't want to be known only as, you know, somebody that came from that show or from that world, that there's more to her. And that's true. But at the same time, it's just like, but you did it for so long. And the show and everyone on it was so instrumental to people's lives and changing people's minds. Of course you're going to be known for that.
I'm going to say that I disagree with Bionic Dance.
I disagree with Brian Vance on lots of shit.
About a lot of things, right? In particular, the All Babies Are Atheist seasonal discussion that comes up.
Does that still come up?
Yeah, it's All Babies Are Atheist season comes up with the new atheists year after year, right? But I will say that her channel, as a lesson in Atheism 101, has been valuable to a lot of people in the same way as the atheist community of Austin. And it just the level of entertainment that it put out, and the simple small bits of fact that she was putting into these
videos. Yeah, atheism
they are valuable, right?
So
even if I disagree with her on certain things, I can also see the greater value.
So very simply, right? Atheist is someone who does not believe in God. Right? Yeah. They do not have an active belief in God.
Mm-hmm.
Babies do not have an active belief in God. But babies don't have an active belief in anything. So I mean, you know, so they are atheists. All babies are atheists among everything else. Like so it's meaningless, but it's true. So that's like one of those things where I've always stood in the center of that divide, because it's like, she's right, but it means nothing.
What my new definition of atheism came to, like after all of the All Babies Are Atheist seasons happened, was an atheist is somebody who will show up to a Reason rally if it's next door and they're told, hey, atheists are showing up here and it's entertaining for atheists, and it's a show of support for atheism if you show up over here. Because
so you're saying that atheists are basically vegans?
there are Native Americans who don't believe in a monotheistic or even polytheistic deity, right? They believe in like the four winds and like a anthropomorphized wolf and raven created the world, right?
Right.
There are Buddhists who specifically don't believe in any magic, but they have this religion of Theravada Buddhism. Not the Mahayana ones, they actually do believe in magic. But the Theravada Buddhists, no magic involved, no God figure, and yet that would fit the atheism. But are they going to show up if you ask for all atheists to come to the atheist club, right? So if you're counting everybody who technically fits, then when you have your call to show up to, like, say, vote for atheism, not everyone's going to show up because you stretched the definition way too wide, right? Those Native Americans don't believe in the same colonizer bullshit that most atheists would believe in America, so they're not going to show up for you. Right? They're not even going to want to be associated with you.
Right.
And so if they don't want to be associated with that group, then they're probably not who you should be talking about when you use that term, when you're creating that group.
Right. And babies would also not show up.
No, they wouldn't. Right? And if you get too much about it, there's people who fit a lot of the definition who still won't show up because they don't like your personality.
Well,
they're not going to like the label. They're going to call themselves non-believers because atheist is something that Bionic Dance is, and I don't want to be as militant as her.
So I had a conversation with Neil deGrasse Tyson about this kind of stuff.
Mhm.
We had an email exchange, and he doesn't do atheist events, and he's a non-believer but doesn't really call himself an atheist. And it's completely about the attitude that atheists tend to give off. And it's just like, okay, so bionic dance. Um, it's that kind of a thing that turns off Neil deGrasse Tyson from wearing the label. And it's like, well, you call yourself whatever the fuck you want. You're still an atheist because you don't believe. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. Do you believe in a God? No, you're an atheist.
There's a context where it would be correct, even though we've already heard from you that you're Wiccan in this show, right? There's a context where we could call you an atheist, right?
Right. No, I don't
Yeah.
believe
We have an associate of ours that also associates with the Satanic Temple, right?
Aaron Ra.
And those people could also be described as atheists and show up to atheist events in the same
Right.
way, right?
Right.
I could be called a cultural Christian for celebrating Christmas.
Right. I mean, it's a pagan festival, but sure.
But yeah, and Easter, well, also pagan,
Also pagan, yeah.
but just some of the intertextual references that I will make all the time. When somebody sneezes and you say "bless you," and all these things that are like hardwired in you from birth.
Yes, from birth.
You
Yeah.
call yourself a cultural Christian, that you're a part of this culture. You
Right.
understand the references, and you give people a little bit of difference. Now,
And yeah, and
we give people a lot less deference than most.
and in that case, it can be argued that I am a cultural Christian also.
Yeah.
When I discuss religion, I do so from the point of view, or at least through the lens of somebody who was raised as a Christian. My concept of a God concept or a God being is based on the Abrahamic God, and the God more specifically of the Bible. So
I just had this idea to do some math. Hold on.
yeah, I
It
don't
has
believe
nothing to
in
do
God.
with what we're talking about, though.
Dybbuk, I don't believe in a God. I don't believe in a God. But yeah, anyway. So what are you doing?
What was the wage that you said for your job?
22.
Oh my goodness.
What?
So you teach a class for 3 hours a week for a 15-week semester, and you get a $2,000 remittance off your tuition, and 2,000 divided by 15 weeks divided by 3 hours of teaching and 3 hours of grading comes out to 22.22.
Well, I don't understand the importance of any of that, though.
We're wage buddies.
So we're making the same thing, basically.
Yeah, I just did a crowd size measurement.
And I am a high school dropout.
Yeah, yeah.
But I also live in New Jersey, so
Oh,
people in New Jersey make more just because we're from New Jersey, baby, and you're not. Did you see the roll call?
turned out for what?
Yeah. So you saw it, right? Did you see my post about it?
I saw a comparison between the RNC and the DNC.
Amazing, right? So,
And New Jersey and New York were really well. They are really proud of themselves.
yes. There is an attitude that New York and New Jersey share that isn't really found anywhere else in the country, and it's centered around New York City. Um, there's just this New York bravado that has basically become a signature of New Jersey and New York State. So, yeah, I actually noticed that. I got a kick out of it. I mean, it was just like, we're from New Jersey, baby, and you're not. And then New York said, the greatest state in existence. Hey, we're New Yorkers. Get used to it. And it's just like, yeah, yeah, that's home. That's home. Ah. So in Wicca, there's a number of different like gods. There's almost like there's like major and minor gods. There's all kinds of figures from all across. It's really, it's not like a religion like the Christian faith, where it's like there's a God and you pray to that God, and it's a whole different thing. It's nature based. It's about the seasons. It's about things that, here's why Wicca is better, in my opinion, than any Abrahamic faith. In Wicca, the things that you celebrate and the things that they talk about and the things that are important in the faith are things that are real, that you can see and then you can touch and you can experience. The days get longer, the days get shorter, the weather gets colder, the weather gets warmer. There's cycles of life. All of those things are the basis of the Wiccan faith. How different groups of Wiccans celebrate those things changes from area to area. But I mean, a lot of like Christmas, Wiccans celebrate the festival or the celebration of Yule. And Yule outdates Christianity by probably thousands of years, and it goes back to the Norse, the Norse religion, and the Vikings and all of that, where they celebrated Yule, which was 12 days long. It was a 12-day festival, and that's where we get the concept of the 12 days of Christmas. Was the 12 days of Yule, and they basically would burn a giant log, and they would dance and drink and have sex and have a big feast, and for 12 days. It was debauchery and fun. That is the winter holiday for Wiccans. And then the holiday, and I'm going to try to say it right now because I'm tired, but it's basically what Easter is based on. And I mean, that's, you're celebrating the days getting longer, because around that time of year is when you really notice that the days are getting longer, because they are. So that's, and as far as like what gods or what deities or what spirits or whatever that they decide that they're praying to, or worshiping or asking for help, is typically what they do is they're asking for blessing and they're asking for help, more so than praying. Whatever. I don't need to believe in any of it to appreciate it, to understand the cycles of nature and life that we're all a part of. That's why I say I'm a fluffy bunny Wiccan.
I have met quite a few practitioners of Asatru, right? And they believe in the Norse deities. And the reason why I've run into these people is because they found this religion in prison, usually as part of white gangs, right?
Yeah, a lot of the Norse, yeah.
So they find this religion, and one of the biggest things that's different between Christianity and Asatru is the lack of emphasis on belief. right? That to them, every story about Odin or Thor or Frigga, it was about uh, a lesson for life,
Right.
right? It's not supposed to be believed literally.
Right.
Your father could come up with a new story about Thor eating his vegetables, right? And then you're supposed to think, okay, is eating vegetables something I should do? Right? All of their tales are like that, but some of them are like very amorphous where like you can't really figure out the morality. You have to put your own morality onto the story that everyone knows, and then you figure out which person you think is the good person and bad person in the story,
Right.
and which person you should be more like.
Right.
And their stories exist without like centuries of people saying, "Oh, you should think about it this way," and books being written about what the true meaning of it is. It's like you're supposed to look at the story for it just being a story, and then take from it what is good, right? And like Odin wasn't trying to collect souls. Valhalla was not really like connected to him judging you as a good warrior. You just ended up there if you were a good warrior, right? And it wasn't something that would like feed him like the energy of like more people following him would make him more powerful.
Right.
That's not a part of their beliefs. They don't have to believe that these things are real.
You just have to learn from the lesson that's being passed through the story. Right.
And
So
for them to see Christians being pressed upon to intensely believe in miracles and intensely believe that your pastor is connected to this source of magic, for them it's like, oh well, that's just them trying to manipulate you.
yeah. Yeah.
They
So
have no such thing in their religion, and so if they came from a background of Christianity, they then revisit all of what they were taught with Christianity with that new framework, that new paradigm.
So Zibik says a few things I want to address. So okay, so now you make it sound like being Wiccan means you believe in multiple gods. I don't believe in any gods. I don't believe in any gods. Um, I don't think believing in multiple gods makes you an atheist either. So like in Wicca, there's like the main gods are the triple goddess, right, and the horned god, and they're symbols. Right? They're not necessarily to be believed in as gods, although some Wiccans really do believe it in a literal sense. But it's more of a symbolic thing, and it's about the rise, the birth of the sun and the rise of the sun, and then the fall of the sun and the sun's death. And it's about the changing seasons and how all of that is connected. So that's what that's about. So you don't have to believe in in any gods or multiple gods. But like then there's like like I said before, like there were like the major gods, and then there was kind of like the minor gods. So we'll have like a ceremony where we'll we will call Anubis, right? Is one, or Apollo. We will call them. We will call to them. We will light candles. We'll put a circle and we'll light candles and we'll seal it with salt and all kinds of stuff. And we'll call to the forces of the north and the east and the west and all of this stuff. And we'll ask them to join us, right, in our celebration of the full moon. Um, Full moon being, the lunar cycle, how time has been measured from the beginning of time. So that's how that works. If you don't believe in any gods at all and Wicca has multiple gods, then you aren't being a hypocrite. No, because it's not about believing in a god. It's about taking lessons from nature and through the stories that are told in order to live a better life for you and the people around you. It's about how to associate with people in the world, how to move through the world, how to socialize, how to be a good person. That's what all religions should be about. The Abrahamic faiths added something to it, and that was the mandatory belief. Um, and that's where you get into trouble. So, okay, so there's that. So there's that. I addressed that. And the other thing you said that I wanted to address was, to be honest, though, I don't think I'm a true Christian either. If I was a true Christian, I would go to church more. Not all Christians will believe in that. There are some Christians who will say that church is not a place, it's a thing you do. My father was that kind of a Christian. He'd never, he it was rare for my father to go into a church. He didn't have anything against church, he just didn't see a need because now my father was a very religious man. He was very upset that I was not a Christian, that I left the Christian faith. He was very upset by that. When he was young, for most of his life as a young man, he carried a Bible with him everywhere he went. He grew up in the 50s, and he was one of those guys that wore a leather motorcycle jacket and had the greaser haircut. The back of his jacket had a painting that said "Jesus saves." He was he was a Bible thumper through and through, and he believed that wherever he was a house of God. All right, Divik. Yeah. Anyway, so Divik's leaving, but yeah, my father believed wherever he was a house of God. So if he was at home, he was at church. And that he would speak to God, God would listen, and he would get any messages from God he needed to get or whatever. And he believed that, and it made him feel as though um, his spiritual life was full, it was complete. So I will take that kind of Christian over the ones that have to go to church. Um, any day of the week, I'll take them.
It's something that I wrestle with a lot. That as a not majority religion person in America, that most of the therapists in my field are part of the same. Like we're like a cross section of America. Like whatever is out there, that's what are in our field, and a lot of the therapists out there really do believe that if you don't have the Jesus in your life, then that's the problem.
So I went through a really hard time in my life at one point. I was sexually assaulted. I had a relationship that I thought would last forever, ended very badly. And I ended up going to speak to a therapist. And one of the first things that she suggested was that I find Jesus. And I never went back. Um, like, that's ridiculous. You know, I have real earthly problems. You know, um, the Lord Jesus ain't going to fix it. So, but yeah, it was really distressing. I was really disappointed by that because all I could think is like, you're an educated person of science, and your answer is God. That's stupid. So
Not all of them that have this very large belief in their God came at it with this bent, but I do know of people that while they were going through every step of their education, their entire purpose was to enter every whatever field that they're getting into as and bring the Jesus with them.
inject the religion.
Inject
So,
the,
and that's the thing. Those people, and not all of them. I know whenever we get onto the subject, I always bring this one particular group up, um, and it fits for what you're talking about. But it's the um, Dominionists.
Mhm.
Um, that's the whole point of their particular brand of Christianity, is to inject Christianity into everything and make it align with the Old Testament. And it's just like, that's just evil in my opinion. I mean, it's just, you know, and not just because, well, maybe I guess just because I'm a non-believer, I don't know. But I mean, it's just, all music and art should not, be centered on the glory of God. And, you know, there are other things in life. There's other things in the world. There's other things to our existence. Even if God and heaven exist, there are other things about being a human being on this planet that matter. So injecting religion into everything, it just seems really poisonous to me. So
In getting some of my licensure done, I had to have different supervisors sign off on my hours, right? Like an internship, you know, and one in particular, I got a Facebook friend request from, right? This is somebody who was supervising me,
and you
bringing.
said, "Ooh, no."
So of course I'm cautious because anyone who I work with, I don't want to be
Right.
Facebook friends with, but I look at their Facebook profile, and a lot of it, not even trying to hide it, openly supporting Trump,
Yeah.
right? And it was very hard for me to to see somebody who is in a field where you're helping out people so much, and then to go home and square the values of Trump with the values of my field. And it's also something you see with teachers.
I was just gonna say, I know of teachers that are Trump supporters, and it's just like I don't understand. He wants to dismantle the Department of Education. How are you a teacher and supporting this man? It makes no goddamn sense. Um, it's really twisted. Um, yeah, I can't. Yeah, how do you circle that square? Yeah, I don't know. It's mind boggling. We had a teacher a couple of years ago, um, not in our town, thankfully, but here in the county, who ran for county office, and he was a Trumper, and he was a very loud, out loud, and it's just like, yeah, you're not hiding. I, you're a history teacher. A history, math. Okay, fine, whatever. I mean, numbers are numbers and are numbers. It doesn't matter. What your political bent is. But you're a history teacher. Everything that comes out of your mouth is being put through a MAGA filter. It's almost impossible not to.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, even if you think you're censoring yourself to try not to be, the tone of your voice will change. It's very hard to really, really control that. And to do it every day for at least 180 days a year, I mean, how the fuck, how? You can't.
Yeah. So there's every field has their code of ethics. There's a code of ethics for teachers, right?
Yeah.
You look at all of the values that teachers have. Nowhere in there does it say disrespect people of color
Right.
at every turn.
Or ban
Like,
books.
nowhere in there does it say if somebody has a problem with their paperwork that you're not going to teach them. Right?
Right.
It's like treat human beings like human beings. Is
Right.
just look at their code, and then look at the things that Trump says, and it's like, my goodness. Nowhere in there does it say hide accepted science from your students to have them maybe start aligning themselves with the political party of the president.
Right.
You know, nowhere that is completely
and exactly, and like I said, like then you go back to this particular, how can you teach that particular subject, science, or history, and not have your lessons and your words be tainted by that particular belief? I can't see how it's possible. That would be like having a devout Catholic being a science teacher. How what you're teaching directly contradicts your beliefs. There's no way that your beliefs aren't going to influence your lessons. It's not possible. I mean, it's just, I mean, and there are people, I'm sure, that they're honestly, that they honestly try, but how can you possibly succeed? Because if you do you really believe then? Because that's something else we know. There are a lot of people who are, believers in the faith that, no, they don't really believe. I mean, not to get all no true Scotsman about it, but I mean,
So in high school, I had a advanced placement history teacher, right? I'll out of his name was Mr. Hicks, right? And he could play the guitar very well. And one of the songs that he could play was Neil Young's "The Needle and the Damage Done," right? It's strange that I figure out this guy, card carrying Republican, right? But he likes Neil Young and Crosby, Stills and Nash for some reason, right? It's good music, right?
right.
He played his guitar in our classroom and did that whole song, and I really liked that song. But one of the lessons he taught us, it was a very, very simplified lesson. He said, when it comes down to it, Republicans want to spend less money and Democrats want to spend more. Right? And this simple idea, so many people believe it because they were taught by like some high school history teacher, right? Look at the actual budgets.
Yes.
And
well, I mean, but
it does not hold true.
It doesn't hold true. But the Republican philosophy is traditionally fiscal responsibility, and the Democrats tend to spend more money on social things, and that's what it comes down to. The difference isn't like more and less. The difference is what they spend money on. Like if you tell a Republican that you think the government should be spending 10% more on education, he's going to say you're fucking insane. If you tell a Democrat you want to spend 10% more on education, they're going to say, that's all? We need at least 20% more. If you tell a Republican you want to spend 10% more on the military, they're going to say, fucking, yeah, you're right, we should. And a Democrat would say, hey, we have enough bombs. I mean, so it's not the more or less, it's where the money's going. That's what the difference is. But I was taught the same thing. Republicans spend less, Democrats spend more. And it's basically not true.
Yeah, you'll hear that Republicans want less government intervention in your life,
right,
and Democrats want more. But right now, what we have is Republicans wanting to invade your panties,
right?
For all sorts of government. They want to
want a small government. They want small enough to fit into your vagina.
Yeah, your education must be monitored by them and restricted to not have half the stuff that they don't like. You just
your marriage has to be. Right? Your marriage has to.
They're the ones that are trying to get into people's lives more. But we all think governments, Republicans is less government intervention in your life, Democrats more.
It's funny because like Blair White often goes on and on and on about voting for Trump and being a Republican and supporting, fiscal conservatism and fiscal responsibility in small government. And it's just like, bitch, none of that is true. I mean, my God, it doesn't take anything to look at reality and see it.
The people that taught it were parroting Republican talking points, and catching people when they're young to indoctrinate them to their side, right? But the hypocrisy at this point, from what we learned that they were supposed to be and what they actually performed as, it's astounding. To outdo the party that you say that you don't want to spend as much as, and like by billions.
One of the things that they talk about every election cycle, Republicans will go on and on and on about deficit spending. and about how, Democrats are really bad with deficit spending. But when Republicans are in office, most of the spending they do is deficit spending. Um, they exceed Democrats every year as far as how much they spend in deficit. And that's something else that drives me fucking crazy is people will talk about like the budgets and stuff, and then they'll complain about the debt. And it's just like, okay, but you're not talking about the debt. You're talking about the deficit. These are two different fucking things. Why are people so fucking illiterate? Makes me crazy. I'm sorry. But yeah.
So I feel like when these teachers with these ideas intentionally feel like spreading these ideas in public schools, right? And these are Republican talking points. They are indoctrinating, right?
Yeah.
And then they will be the ones to say, you're indoctrinating kids when we actually want to bring modern science into the class.
That's true, but I kind of feel like the way you said that was like they are intentionally spreading this misinformation in order to indoctrinate, and I don't believe that that's what it is. I think that is assigning an agenda where one does not exist. What I believe is that they believe that this is true, and it is their duty as a teacher to tell students the truth. And the reality is they're wrong. It just isn't true. So I don't think it's the way you set it up is more of a malicious thing, and I don't believe that it's malicious. I
feel like it might have been more the case when we were going through high school. But have you seen school board meetings nowadays?
Most of my school board,
looks a lot more malicious.
Most of the school board in my town is Democrats. And I live in a Republican town, in a Republican county. The school board just happens to be, we are the only town in the county with a left-leaning school board. Everybody else, they're fighting about book banning and all kinds of stuff. My town is not. We don't know how long that'll last. We have 5 seats are up for re-election this year. We have our fingers crossed because we could lose our majority all on one day, and everything will change. But right now we're in a good place, and as long as I get approved, I'll be in a good place too. But yeah. Seems like I agree with you on everything except religion. Well, all that means is that you're wrong about religion. That's all that means.
I mean, not everyone can be right about it.
Right. I am. But Divik, you're not me. So, I mean, I have correct opinions and great tits, so. I want to get that shirt, actually. Did you ever see that shirt?
Correct opinions, great tits.
And great tits. Yeah. Blair White actually has that shirt. She's worn it on her videos. And it's like, yeah, no. I mean, great tits, but no.
I haven't watched a Blair White video in a while, right? I kind of feel like, just like Rush Limbaugh, I've seen enough. I know what the opinion's going to be and how it's going to play out. I don't need to watch, right? But hear me out. When I finish the entire MCU, the whole thing, and I'm completely caught up, and you can no longer give me spoilers, I have on the back burner a plan for a video, right? It's going to be about Blair White, right? And what it is it's not about her endorsement of Donald Trump either, right? It's going to be about her showing up in a Tom McDonald music video, right? So what I'm going to do is have a montage of every transphobic thing Tom McDonald had said up to that point where she decided to be in the video, right? Then the video that she's in, then every transphobic thing that Tom McDonald and crew have said after she platformed them by being in his video, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like just to illustrate how much Blair White does not represent anything that is pro-trans.
Yeah, well, no, I mean she doesn't, and she says lots of really transphobic and anti-trans things also. She for her, if you're not attractive, you're not trans. So if you look like a man in a dress, you're a man in a dress. That simple. The only trans people that trans women that she has a good relationship with, or good relationships with, are ones that are attractive, that are pretty. That's it.
I don't want to think that it's that shallow, but I have a fairly good confidence that you're correct. Like,
well, I mean, oh, that was a pretty good bounce. She she basically says it. I mean, she goes on TikTok and she downloads videos from trans content providers, and quite often some of these people that she goes after are some fucking nutty people. I mean, they might be trans, but they believe and say really ridiculous, stupid shit, and I don't agree with them at all. But I don't attack them for their appearance, or say they're not trans. I would attack what they say, but she doesn't.
yeah.
Like, it'll be some trans woman who looks very masculine and maybe might even have a beard in a restaurant getting all upset that they're being misgendered. And Blair would make a Stitch video where she has it and she's like, but look at you, you're a man. And it's just like, by your logic, so are you. You have a dick.
So
Blair White never had surgery. She still has a penis. So it's just like, how can you sit there with your dick tucked in your ass cheeks, right? Watch a video with some trans woman who isn't as far along in transition as you and call them a man while you're sitting on your dick. Bullshit. That's nonsense. That's bullshit.
I feel like sometimes karma doesn't visit people in their lifetime. I mean, Donald Trump isn't in prison, right? And even if we put him in today, he has had too many years golfing after what he did, right? So he's never going to get the karmic,
Right. He's not going to get the karmic justice he deserves, right?
So it may happen for Blair White, right? And I don't like to get into aesthetics this way, but hear me out. As red-blooded cis male making these judgments about looks, she dialed it up to the 10, right? She had procedures done, and at one point, 1 year, she looked pretty good, in my opinion.
Right. And she did.
Then she hit the 11 and the 12.
She went too far.
she's going too far, right?
Yeah.
And it's starting to really, really show, right?
No, she's starting to look plastic.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
so what I'm saying is the judgments that she's making about other people,
She makes to herself.
she's going to have them revisited on herself.
Yeah, but she already does it to herself, though. That's why she keeps having surgeries.
Yeah. And it keeps getting worse.
Yeah. She looks in the mirror and she isn't in her mind. And I mean, obviously, I don't know her. I've never spoken to her. This is armchair psychiatrist. I'm a high school dropout. But what it appears to me is that she looks in the mirror and she thinks, I still see a man. And she goes under the knife to have it fixed. Here's the problem. It doesn't matter what she looks like. She will always look in the mirror and still see a man. Always, 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 always. Because most of her life, she looked in the mirror and a man was looking back at her. And you can't erase that from your mind. You still see Rob a little bit when you look at me. A little bit. Right? He's still there because it was already there before. But people who never knew him, they don't see him because he was never there. Their memory isn't tainted, right? Their vision isn't tainted by what they knew before. Like you can't once it's been seen, you can't unsee it. And Blair has that for herself, and I know because I do too.
Well, in my case, regarding you,
I know you're just looking at the.
It's really helped. Like they weren't there before. Like,
well, they were. They just weren't as big. Oh, this is the first time. This is the first time we're talking since I've had surgery. That's right. They look good, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I am happy with them. Biggest issue is I've got a big space in between. Not much that can be done about that. I've got a large rib cage, so yeah. So there's a big space in between. So it's like if I wear like a big bikini top, there's no cleavage because there's such a big space.
Have you been smoking cigarettes?
No, why?
Because with such a spot in your bikini, you could just hold them there. Like, you could use this as like a third hand.
That would only draw attention to it. So, like one of the things I've been looking for, and it's going to wait until next year, of course, is a bikini top that will push them together. Sorry, excuse me, sorry, YouTube. But yeah, something to create the cleavage, and it's not so easy to find in a bathing suit though. Whatever, it is what it is, and I'm happier than before. For the most part, I'm happy with them. We were looking at bathing suits because we were talking about going to the shore, and I have a bikini and a bikini top, and I put the bikini top on, and I was just like, oh my god, like it's the triangles ones, and they're like over here. I'm like, oh come on, that's not fair. Whatever, it is what it is. There are a lot of cis women that have the same problem, so I try not to get too upset about it because some women that's an issue. I'm one of them.
Some of your friends are really into professional wrestling, right?
Okay.
Some of your friends, and some of their favorite professional wrestlers, at a certain age, their pecs start like tearing apart from each other and creating a separation.
Yeah.
Right. The latest one I noticed was Kofi Kingston.
Don't know who that is.
He's a Jamaican one, but
Okay.
Scott Steiner had this like tattoo, like a heart and a cross with flames and everything, and it was to hide the way that his muscles had separated there. Triple H had it, right? And it's just like this thing that starts happening when people have been exercising and have a certain frame, and there's nothing you can do.
Nothing you can do about it. It is what it is. So I am waiting to. I was losing weight before. I know people had, you know, noticed that I was always posting about walking and losing weight and protein drinks and all this other stuff. I stopped in June because of surgery, right? I wasn't going to be working out. I wasn't going to, I wasn't going to go crazy because I was in pain. I was just going to eat whatever I was going to eat. So when I started my weight loss journey, I was about 220 pounds. I got down to about 205. 204, I think, was my lowest during this round. And then I had surgery. I am back up to 218. So I haven't spent a lot of money on a lot of clothing or things like, bras and undergarments and that kind of stuff. I'm going to wait until I get my weight back down. But one of the things that I definitely think I have to get is like a push-up bra. So I used to do the pictures all the time, the cleavage pictures that everybody seemed to love so much. I haven't done that in a while, and that's why.
Okay.
But people ask. I'm like shocked. People will comment, well, I haven't seen your pictures, or your booby pictures, or really? Porn is free on the internet. Why are you hitting me up?
Why aren't you charging with an OnlyFans?
I had an OnlyFans and I couldn't get any subscribers, so I shut it down.
Did you pimp it?
Not really. I mean, on my other Facebook account, I a little bit, but not much. And it was mostly it was pictures. Nobody's gonna pay for to see pictures like that. They want live streams or they want videos, and I don't have the time or the space for that kind of a thing. But if I had the time and the space, I would do that. But whatever. I mean, I'm a public school teacher's aide now.
Yeah.
So that's not such a good thing. Whatever.
Well, when it is a good thing, it becomes like national news, and I've heard happy endings, but.
So some people on YouTube are hotter than porn stars. Well, that's true. And some people not on YouTube are hotter than people on YouTube. It's funny how the world works. Yeah. So rock stars tend to be pretty hot. At least some of them do. They don't stay hot, though. Case in point, Axl Rose.
Yeah, something happened.
Something happened. Something severe happened to Axl Rose.
About your, we're going to call it booby gap. Booby gap.
Oh, okay.
Booby gap, right? So I have embraced lately the flaw in my feature that I had covered up with beard dye, right? And like I have no beard dye right now, but you can see the asymmetrical stripe right here.
Okay.
Yeah. And when I go this way, it looks one way, and to go this way, it looks another way. And it's just, I feel weird that other people's beards can grow in symmetrical. So I would only put enough dye to like make it symmetrical.
I would have never have noticed, though.
But just this weird stripe right here.
I would not have noticed if you didn't point it out.
Yeah, it bugs me, but I've kind of come to terms with people just get a different vibe from the gray in my beard, and I'm a therapist, and they want wise like Gandalf, and so it's working. Good. More than putting dye in the beard and looking like Hulk Hogan on a bad guy day. So,
Which is it was just every day these days for Hulk Hogan.
yeah.
He was at the RNC, and I'm like, really? That's fucked up. They can
To
have
be
him.
fair, yeah. To be fair, the WWE itself used to be dabbling in politics.
Who?
We learned that Shawn Michaels, the Heartbreak Kid guy, was highly religious, even though he was playing like basically a boy toy gigolo character.
Right.
And Mick Foley, the guy with the weird mask, and he fell off things and got beat up and massacred and all. Cactus Jack, he was a Democrat, and so they would have like little debates on WWE programming, and then it just kind of faded away because they wanted to be more accessible to everyone, be one of those where apolitical things. And so there already has been politics, right? Jesse Ventura became governor of Minnesota, kind of libertarian, kind of whack job. Right?
Yeah, kind of whack job. From what I understand, though, the people of Minnesota liked him.
Kane, the Undertaker's brother, he's now a mayor of a town. And so like some of them do leave and get into politics. I just felt betrayed by Hulk Hogan doing it because he had that all-American character that,
Well, yeah, but
and then he had the scandal where he had this phone call where he did not want his own daughter to be dating anyone of a black persuasion, and he said some bad words on that phone call, and it got leaked, right?
Oh, I never heard about that.
And so he was scrubbed from the WWE for like 3 years. Like you went to the website, no mention of him. They would just like not sell his merch or anything for like 3 years because he was considered racist. And now all of a sudden it's okay for him to endorse Trump because like he's so tarnished by his racism.
Right.
That should tell everyone everything they need to know.
Yeah.
Like it's only okay to come out of your D-list retirement status and endorse Trump if you've had a racism problem in the past.
Right. Yeah. No, I didn't know about that.
There's also his son. There's a whole horrible story about it, but basically, bad parenting turned into his son street racing cars, and his son got in an accident and really hurt a guy, and really hadn't been punished that bad for it, and has recently gotten into even more DUIs like years later, and it's like no accountability because he's Hulk Hogan's son. Which in my field, addiction counseling, it's pretty bad watching someone get away with stuff like that.
Ooh. You know those bugs? There's like a beetle, and if you try to like catch them or whatever, they click and jump.
Mm-hmm.
The dog found one.
The dog found one.
I'm hoping it clicks at her. She'll freak out.
So I just Googled click beetle and found it. I know which one you're talking about. It is called a click beetle.
I wasn't sure. Yeah, they're freaky. You okay, puppy? What happened? What happened? Did that buggy click at you? Did that Does that buggy click at you? Push you, poopy. Push. Oh,
So imagine we're winding down because we're over 3 hours.
yeah.
So could I take this moment just to prepare you for the fact that I sent V8 juice to your house? The
Oh,
random creepo
thank you.
sent you V8 juice.
What is this? Well, thank you. You didn't have to do that. Thank you. Did you get me a 2X t-shirt too?
Yes.
Yeah, did you really?
I did.
Yeah, I figured you did because you asked about size.
Yeah, and it has nothing to do with your tits.
It took me a minute to be like, oh, that's what he's doing. And I was like, what is 2X? Why?
Sometimes we get to this point where like you can add an extra thing and not pay shipping. And I was like,
Yeah.
let me snag this other thing.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Because I hate paying shipping. But I also hate paying for Prime.
Paying for what?
Prime?
Oh, yeah. Well, you know what I do? Is I will enroll in Prime. I will make my order. And after they ship it, I cancel Prime. Fuck them. Because if you cancel it fast enough, they refund it all.
Okay. I see. So, you have a few days to come up with like a control group as to whether or not your child will
Oh,
consume this V8 juice.
if I put it in Hilly, dude, he should. He should. If it's tomato based, it should work. It should work. That's been the common thread so far. Has been tomato.
I wonder if you just open a can, take a sip, and say, "Want some?"
I've put in a sippy cup and see if he'll drink it because he still uses a sippy cup. Um, and if he doesn't, I'll just use it in his dinner. I would rather do that than water. I don't want to water his food down.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So just something like that would be better because it's adding nutrients and it's not really watering down the flavor. But I mean, he just eats, and his diet still isn't diverse enough. Like, forget about the actual chewing and the blender and all of that. Forget about all that. Um, it's a lot more diverse than it was. Still not nearly as diverse as it should be.
Mm-hmm.
But we're getting there. And that's the important thing is there's been a lot of progress. And he's talking more and he's more active. He's doing things like he sings songs and he changes the words. On the fact that he changes the words, to me, that's saying that he has an imagination, which is something he lacked until more recently. Because he never really played like imagination type play. But if you are creating, that's imagination. Um, it's not make believe play, but it's still, if you're creating, that's an imagination. So, um, yeah, he makes up songs. Um, that's fantastic. And a lot of times they're nonsense because he'll take words and he'll just like he was singing about the wheels on the bus go round and round, but he would change it to the tiger on the bus, and it'll be all through the forest. Um,
Mm-hmm.
you know, tigers don't live in a forest, but all right. Yeah, they also don't live in a town. So there you go. The tigers on the bus are going through the forest. Okay, that works. We can do that. But yeah, good stuff. This is all good stuff. Still has a long way to go. So yes, you killed the click bug. Leave it alone. Oh no, it's not dead yet. Okay, go ahead. She's awesome. Such a good puppy. Kill the bug. Kill it. She's been fucking with this bug for about 10 minutes now. Get. No, go get the bug. Get the bug. I'm sorry. Go get the bug. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go get the bug. So what we get 2 viewers. One of them is probably me.
The other one's me.
So there's nobody here.
Yeah, I just threw in some Bible verses to Mr. Clown.
What?
Mr. Clown, the Dybbuk guy.
Yeah, Dybbuk. What about him?
I threw him some Bible verses.
Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, what were you messaging him?
No, in your chat, I threw in the Bible verse about the Baldy.
Oh, that was a while back. Yeah.
A while back. That's why.
Okay, so you had to be right. I got you. I'm sorry. Yeah. And that's why you're a viewer. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a little slow.
And my next appearance, I will probably once again be a token liberal on a different channel, and it won't be nearly as heady or intellectual of a discussion, which is saying something, really, because we were kind of light in this one, right? So like,
it's pretty light.
You know, but ever since Trump got clipped in the ear, the other places that I've been trying to help people along in their intellectual progression, they have gone hard and heavy on the MAGA-ness. That one moment has really been the point that was too far. They just felt like, oh, now I can, be galvanized in my Trumpiness, and they're buying hats and T-shirts and whatnot. And
it is weird. It's weird. It's also fucking bizarre. I don't understand. I don't understand how somebody could be kind of normal, and then all of a sudden they're like MAGA. I mean, it's just.
Well, they were leaning that way to begin with. I was only there as the foil, and I get asked a lot of questions.
But there are a lot of people that were like, on that side of the aisle that weren't weird, that became weird after.
Yes.
And it was like, yes, like they were waiting for something to allow them to be the weird they really were, I guess. But it's just so fucking weird. I just, I don't know. I don't talk to my brother anymore because he's fucking weird. He talks like the things he says. It's like he's from fucking Texas, like he's some kind of like Confederate flag waving. Bitch, you grew up in New Jersey.
There's there's the birds and the bees talk, right?
Yeah.
And then there's the talk that many families have to have with their kids to make sure that, if they get stopped by a police officer, put your hands on the steering wheel. Right. Don't make any sudden moves because I want you coming home alive, right?
Right.
Then there's the other talk. If you're not living in a big city, right, there's certain families that have to have a talk of do not go trespassing and jumping fences into other people's backyards, because there are some people who are waiting for the opportunity to kill another person.
Yes.
And they're just waiting for that one moment that will set them off and make them feel justified.
There are people on Facebook in my county that say things like that, like that they have night vision stuff set up on their property, so if they see anybody on their property at night, they can just kill them, and they're very open about it.
Yeah.
And it's like, what if somebody's kid runs into your yard? And they'll say, Well, their parents should have done a better job.
Mhm. This is the effect that I see from Trump getting clipped in the ear. These people are galvanizing around that thing, saying, now we have carte blanche to be as Trumpy as we want. And they're not hiding it anymore.
They're fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm. And if the landslide that I would hope for would happen, I know they won't believe it.
No. Well, they're already saying. I mean, the groundwork has already been laid. So, but I can't imagine. I can't imagine Trump winning at this point. Um, he's still going to claim victory, but I can't imagine. It all seems like it's slipping away from him.
Yeah.
Everything.
I can't imagine him on the day of the election not booking a plane out of the country.
Venezuela.
Because
He
if he,
already said he'll go to Venezuela.
yeah, if he doesn't win, he needs to be unextraditable.
If he were to flee, he'd go to Russia.
Hmm?
That's where he would go, Russia, because that's where his buddy is.
Yeah.
I don't think.
You remember when those Trump people used to be like completely anti-Russia, anti-Soviet Union? The whole like Red Dawn movie was like their Bible.
Yeah.
How did we get to actually the Russians are kind of right?
Because they're political windsocks.
Hmm.
They go whichever way the wind is going. So, so Trump was their guy. Well, then everything that Trump says must be true and worth repeating and living by and putting in a book and praying to one day a week. They're all fucking crazy. And I don't like to generalize in general.
The plans you had for going to Disneyland,
Uh huh. Disney World.
Disney World. I can count that you got two Disney age kids.
Mm-hmm.
There's you and Peach.
Mm-hmm.
But the plan, I assume, has another family member.
My mom.
Your mom.
Yeah.
Starting to like your mom. A lot better than your brother.
Yeah. She still calls me Robert though. Drives me up the wall.
Not even like the short 3-letter version that we all.
Sometimes, but also Robert. She also, you're my son, and he, him pronouns, the whole deal. It's she doesn't acknowledge or accept or respect it in any way. But she thinks everything's okay. But as long as she doesn't acknowledge it, it isn't true. I guess I don't know.
Yeah.
But I mean, she doesn't. There's nothing nasty about it. It's just she just treats it as if nothing has changed. So I'm like, whatever. It is what it is. She's the only one that gets away with it. So I had a guy come look at the roof, because we got to get a new roof, and it was somebody that I went to school with, and we were talking about the roof, and he said, um, Rob, Raven, I said Raven. He was all right. Can I call you Rob? I said no. The fuck? Why? Why would you? Why? Can I call you Steve? Jason? Can I? So yeah, I ended up not going with him for the roof. Yeah, sorry, dude. Going another
Have
way.
you had roof work done?
No, but it's bad. Our roof is bad.
Mm-hmm.
So I found somebody. They're going to start in 2 weeks. $8,000 to do the whole roof. And I had to borrow 4,000 of it. But that's all right. Doing what I can. That's why I hope people will go to Patreon and become a patron to help pay for my Disney trip with the kids. Because, gosh darn it, they deserve it.
Every kid needs to go at least once.
Well, the way the reason why I was thinking about it is Hershey Park was so successful, and it had such an impact. Like he's talking more than he was. He moves with more confidence than he did. Like this is something that it had an impact on him, and I'm like, because of how difficult it is to do stuff with two kids on the spectrum, it's hard to do stuff. So there are a lot of things that they haven't experienced, and so lately I'm thinking the more exposure they get to the world outside of this house, the better off they are. So I want to expose them to as much as possible. And I'm thinking Disney is a safe environment, you know. Um, it's stuff that they're not used to or that they ever see. This is all brand new sensory input. Uh, how can that be bad? Right? It can only be good. And for that reason, I am willing to broadcast as often as I can, and beg people to drop a couple bucks in Patreon or PayPal to help offset the cost. So we're looking at a program where I can collect a paycheck for being the primary caregiver to the kids. It's a respite program.
Mm-hmm.
Where the state will, through the insurance company, give me a paycheck for, being a caregiver to the kids, to my own kids.
Mm-hmm.
That's a wild program. That's fucking weird, but hey, it's there, and if I can take advantage of it, and do things, go places with the kids, why not? Damon? Damon? Is that you?
So, everybody, welcome to the Mike Show, where we talk about all things Mike for minutes at a time. How many viewers do we have right now?
Mike, I'll be right back.
There's just one. It's just me, so it's the All Mike Show, and we're going to talk about Mike stuff. When I was in the 5th grade, I made a porcelain thing that was fired in art class, and it was this little tiny Zenith TV with an MTV logo, right? And you can see this really ages me more than my gray hairs, that like instead of like a remote control, I had little dials that you'd have to manually turn the channel with those, because that's the kind of TV I had with no remote control. watching MTV where there was actually a show called Remote Control. So that was like the oldest thing that I have that's made of ceramics, and those are my initials.
So what did I miss?
The Mike Show.
Oh, the Mike Show. Ah, there you go. So,
I heard a bank crash.
you heard what? A crash?
There was a.
It's a gate at the top of the stairs.
Okay.
And the big guy was kind of like leaning on it and leaning over it, and I had to go stop him from doing that because I didn't want it to open while he was leaning on it. He would have came down the stairs, like he would have fallen down the stairs. So, but he's in the bathroom, or he might be down there. But yeah, he woke up. He doesn't sleep through the night. Every night he gets up at 1, then again at about 4. Put him back in his bed, and he wakes up and he climbs into our bed, and we try to make sure he uses the bathroom when he wakes up, because if not, he pees the bed. So we're working on it. It's a lot of work.
Is it time to end the show and then get him back to bed?
Yeah, well, Peach has him now. I don't know what's going to happen. So I told her I would start shutting it down. So, but I was going to say that when Damon came along, I was still broadcasting all the time. But that when Kai came along, it got to be too much, and it was less and less and less. And there's a gate at the top of the stairs, so the boys didn't come, because this is downstairs, right? So it was a gate at the top of the stairs, so they didn't come down here. And the stairs are dangerous. And what used to be a family room where everything was like functional and operational, it was a nice area to broadcast from, or to relax and watch TV, turned into storage. And I've cleaned a lot of it up, but I got a long way to go yet. I'm trying to put it all back together and make it a usable space now that the boys are more proficient on the stairs. So trying to make the house where the entire house is usable again. You know, the bathroom down here wasn't working properly, but I fixed it all. I fixed it. I'm very proud of myself. I put down hardwood floor laminate in one of the bedrooms, and I'll be doing more of that in the house.
Well, if it makes you feel any better about the clutter that's behind you, I forgot to put away my glass butt plug that's right there.
What is that? It's an egg. You have a glass? No, you don't. I can barely see it, so don't worry about it.
Okay. I'll just leave it.
But I can zoom in like I just did, and I see it's clear and blue.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that's about, but okay. There we go. Better. But I would have never noticed that.
Yeah. Well, I'm not noticing what's going on behind you either.
Oh,
your dog was in the mirror for a little while, though.
What?
The mirror that's behind you, your dog, was in the mirror.
In that
yes.
mirror?
Yes.
How?
Angles.
Oh yeah, I guess that's weird.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because across from that is me, and the stairs that go upstairs.
Yeah.
So.
Dog was probably on the stairs.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I guess. Yeah. Yeah. And that's a door. Little by little, putting the house back together.
The thing that I think I should share with you is news from Nerdy Dancing. Nerdy Dancing was able to get her son to drink coffee.
Wow. How old is he?
He's taller than her, so she's okay with stunting his growth with caffeine.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Like she's like, okay, you're done, because she has to still care for him.
just
So,
chatting with her. A lot of his like sensory issues. I hate using that word, but I can't think. But the sensory issues that he has, Damon, they share a lot of the same things. So yeah.
so she's made him something like a coffee float with ice cream in the coffee, and
Wow.
he was just going to town on it. She made a
Wow.
video like he loves this coffee drink she's making him, and she's gonna keep doing it because
All righty.
she's on a mission to not have to, have struggles with someone twice her size.
I understand that.
Like, you kid, you're getting coffee. But he loves it, and sometimes these variety in food wins. They're notable.
Yeah. Yeah.
Coffee.
You never know.
Yeah.
So we took Damon for a swallow study to figure out why he's not eating, and when you put food in his mouth, he retracts his tongue, and because of that, he has a hard time. He can't chew properly because your tongue moves your food back and forth, and for him, he doesn't do that. So what he ends up doing is he uses his tongue to smash the food up against the top of his mouth, and then he swallows it little bit by little bit. He drinks liquids the same way, where what he does is he'll fill his mouth full of liquid, and then he'll a little bit at a time. So there's no real suggestions as far as what to do about that. We understand what he's doing, the why and how to fix it. We don't know, but we know what's going on. We understand. So, and that was when I had the idea about putting everything in a blender and trying that to see what would happen, because they were like, he needs to have more than oatmeal and goldfish. Like he needs to eat more. So it was just like, I can try all this other, and it worked, and he eats it. So, and like I said earlier, we need to expand it even more. But I'm a lot happier because he's eating pizza. My kid eats pizza. That's awesome.
Has he ever used a straw?
No, he can't use a straw. He can't close his mouth on it. Close his lips on a straw. He doesn't know how. He's never done it. His therapist from early intervention worked with him a lot with straws, and he was never able to do it. We had an ABA therapist that we hired come to the house. Cost us thousands and thousands of dollars. She couldn't get him to drink through a straw, to use a straw. We had the therapy honey bear containers that are for training people to drink from a straw, and they never worked. He could never do it. So we gave up. We gave up. But what we were told, one of the things that we were told, if he could do that, he would be more successful eating, because it's all the same. And they also said it also affects his speech, that he's not speaking. Part of why he doesn't speak the way he should or as much as he should is because of the way he uses his mouth.
Trying to think of a training device that isn't also a choking risk. And I would say the automaton toy, where you have to blow in it in order to make it operate. But I wouldn't go slide whistle because that'll go down his throat too. So like no ring pop, no candy pacifier, choking hazards, all of them.
Well, he wouldn't put any of that kind of stuff in his mouth.
But something that you could blow in like a musical instrument that wouldn't necessarily drive you crazy, because your mental health is on my mind too, right? So
Somewhere I have
the automaton, I think.
there's the breathing thing from when you have surgery. They give you and you blow into it and the ball goes up.
There you go.
I've got one of those floating around somewhere. But getting him to put his mouth to close his mouth on something is like impossible. He won't. So it's not just a straw. Like we also have like a wooden recorder.
Mhm.
He won't use that. He won't close his mouth on it. He just doesn't. Kai does, and Kai drinks from a straw too. But yeah, Damon's rough.
Mhm.
His attitude. I don't want to say his temperament, but yeah, whatever. His temperament, his attitude, his I call it maturity, um, is a lot better than Kai. Kai is like a wild child. He's nuts, but he can drink from a straw. You know, he can play with musical instruments, and he's fine with it. Um, but he doesn't speak. He has no words. He'll be four in 3 weeks. 3 weeks? He'll be four, and he has no words at all. So he has some word approximations, which we discovered. He doesn't say any consonants, um, only vowels. So if you show him, and it's not 100% vowels, but it's mostly just vowels. If you show him something green and you ask him what color it is, he says "een." If you show him something purple and ask him what color it is, he says "erl." Um, so earlier today, I was like tickling him, and we were playing and stuff, and he was getting rough. So I said, "Easy, easy, easy," and he went "ee." So it's just like, okay, I think there's a hearing problem. I think there's certain he can't hear the frequency. I think that that the consonants make. He can't hear it. That's what I think. But he has a hearing test coming up in about a week. So hopefully we'll find out. Because if that's the issue, like if his not speaking is because of a hearing problem, that's correctable. Like, because he's not deaf, and we know he can hear, but he might not hear everything. And if that's the case, that's something that can be corrected. And if that can be corrected, well, that means that speaking is still in the cards. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
But that's all going to take time. So, but hopefully, this test coming up, they can find out because that would be huge. 3 years old, almost four, but he's like 60 pounds. He's massive, and he's tall. He's almost as tall as Damon. He's huge. He wears like 6T clothing. He moves furniture around the house. What?
The sippy cup, right? We're looking at trying to create a novel behavior, right? Drinking from a straw. So you
Right.
take the lid from the sippy cup, right? I have the stuff to do it here, but basically you'd scan it, 3D print it, but stretch out the dispenser part of the sippy cup.
No, no, it's not that kind of a sippy cup. It's a 360 cup.
It's a
So
360 cup.
yeah, it's a 360. You ever see them? You ever know what that is? Okay, so you have the cup, right? And then there's a white part that screws onto the top of the cup, and it's full of holes. And then there's a rubber disc that pops onto the top of that.
Mhm.
So it won't spill, but he can drink out of anywhere on the top of 360 degrees. so there's no spout.
Okay.
If you're looking at it this way, it looks like a regular cup.
Okay. But it adapts to allow him to not have to pay attention to what side of the cup.
Right.
Okay. I don't know if this has ever been said, but like, he's not giving us much to work with.
No, he doesn't give us much to work with. No, then that's why whenever there's progress, I immediately want to build on it. And I celebrate it immediately, and it's like, okay, now what's next? Where can this take us? What can I add to this? How can I make it better? And again, like that's why the trip to Disney became a thing, because it was just like this worked out, so now we need to do something else. Because I feel like if we don't do something else, we're wasting an opportunity. That makes sense.
It makes sense. It also, like, Vernon probably doesn't have a McDonald's with a ball pit, do they?
No. Vernon doesn't have a McDonald's.
Ow! Ow! Oh. I heard there used to be a really good sandwich joint.
Yeah, there used to be. That didn't have a ball pit either. But yeah, there's not a lot here. We go to the park, but stuff at the park he doesn't like to do. He just walks around. He just walks around. He would just rather, he won't go on the swings. He'll use a slide, but mostly he just walks around. And going to that kind of a thing ends up being a hassle. Like we end up chasing them to keep them safe. We have to chase them. Kai, as big as he is fast. And as soon as he gets an opportunity, he runs. And I'm 53 years old and I smoked for 35 years. He can outrun me.
So I've been to Disneyland many, many times as a kid. I lived in California, and my brother had to wear these handcuffs that were cloth and had a like the kind of cord that our phones had.
Yeah, that's what we have. That's what we have for Kai. We
Okay.
use it at Hershey Park. It has a cuff on one end that goes on his arm, and that locks. And then there's the tether, the coil, like the cord for the telephone, and there's a cuff on the other side that'll go on my wrist or on Peach's wrist.
Mhm.
And then we have the key to unlock him. And it worked great. But you can't do that at a park because that's the whole point of the park is that they run.
Yeah.
But if we go to an amusement park, that's different. That's when we cuff them. But it worked great at Hershey Park. I mean, it was a lifesaver because he couldn't run.
Well, I don't know if this is going to make you feel any better about the device, but my brother was never neurodivergent. He was just a bad kid.
Yeah, well, my mom says that she used them on us.
Yeah.
Me and my brother and my sisters when we were little. I don't remember them. But she said, I kept you on a leash. I don't remember that. And maybe I just don't remember it. I don't know. So I don't feel bad about it. I just know that, like, at Hershey Park, it was a godsend. It really using it made the trip more enjoyable for everybody except for Kai, because he wanted to run. And using it at a place like the local park, whatever, it's just that would make everybody miserable. But in the Disney type atmosphere, that would work. That would be good, and that's what we would do. So. They also have both of them. They have ankle bracelets on, ankle monitors. Like they were like
Air tags.
It's like they're felons. It's well, if they get lost, they can find them. It's a Project Lifeline, I think it was, or yeah,
They're like air tagged kids.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
They have their little monitor strapped to their ankles. It never comes off.
Yeah.
They go to school with it. They sleep with it. It's 24/7. And yeah, if they get lost, they can use it to find them. And that sucks. I hate having it. I also understand the necessity of it, especially now that they can do things like open the door and you know. Damon has already once walked out of the house on his own, and we had to go after him. So, yeah.
I know that must be a pain, but it's also progress.
So
Kind of rooting for him. Jailbreak.
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, and we have those conversations all the time, where it's like he does something that we don't want him to do, but it's like this is actually progress, you know. So let's celebrate this little victory quietly, so we don't encourage it, you know. But understand that it actually is progress. So yeah, we I get it. We have those conversations.
What would Damien do with a lollipop?
Doesn't need them.
Doesn't even like him.
No, no
Not
interest.
giving us much to work with.
Yeah, no, no. Well, I mean that's why the fact that I can get him to eat anything, for his dinner, has become such a big deal because it's just, you know, all of the therapists and everybody doctors that we spoke to in the past was always just like he doesn't give us much to work with. When we went to when we sent him to school, they were like, you send his snack, but then send something else as motivational. And it's like, well, it's the same thing. It's like, no, it's got to be something different. So I don't give a shit what it's got to be. It's got to be the same thing because that's all he eats. And they're like, well, if that's all he eats, we don't want to work with him on feeding because we don't want to do something wrong and then discourage him from eating the only thing he eats.
Hmm.
They're like, he doesn't leave us with a lot to work with. And it's just like, well, that's what we can do about that. If that's what it is, then that's what it is.
How does he eat the goldfish?
One at a time, and he mostly just swallows them. So at first, that seems really scary
Hmm.
because you worry about, appendicitis and, choking and all kinds. But they're crackers. They get wet and they get mushy. So they tend to not be an issue.
Has he sucked his thumb or sucked his finger before?
Not really, no.
My
Yeah,
goodness.
he doesn't. Yeah.
Not giving us much to work with.
No, Peach had a problem with him breastfeeding. He didn't really. Yeah, she didn't breastfeed long because he didn't really suckle correctly.
Mm.
Yeah. We had inklings that there was a problem when he was a baby, and as time went by, those little uh I don't know, like little warnings, I guess, got louder. You know, he as an infant he would do things. He would do this as an infant. We're kind of swaddling him and the arm is going. And it's like, oh, that's weird. He was stimming as an infant
Mm.
because he still does this. It was just like, you know, oh, he's just a baby. And I mean, I don't know. It's kind of weird, but he'll outgrow that. No, no. No, that was stimming. We were in denial. Uh, It is what it is. Kai had really weird habits that he's outgrown some of them now. But one of the things that he would do was he would spit paint. He would wet his fingers in his mouth and then paint all over the walls and all over the furniture and all over the TV, and all it was just saliva, just all over the house, all over everything. It was disgusting. And I used to call him the Saliva Picasso. But he's eventually, not long ago either, he did it for a long time. Not long, he stopped. He just doesn't do it anymore. I said, thank God, because that was awful. That was awful. Watching TV and it just spit spread all over the TV. The refrigerator door, the sliding glass doors, all streaks. Now he finds markers. There's upstairs, all of the doors upstairs, both the boys' bedrooms, um, my bedroom, me and Peach, our room, the hallway, the doors, um, areas in the living room and the dining room, all marker all over the place. He found a Sharpie and he went to town. And it's a Sharpie. That ain't coming off. So,
Rubbing alcohol.
rubbing alcohol? I'll try it. Because, yeah, I tried all kinds of stuff, scrubbed the shit, and it's still. I worried. I'm like, oh, it's no big deal. I'll paint over it. But no, it's a Sharpie. It'll show through most paint. I'm thinking the only thing that might work is kills.
Mhm.
But
Uh,
even on the Sharpie, that's only a might work.
Mhm. So on let's say somebody had a whiteboard as a teacher, and
Right.
somebody accidentally used a permanent marker instead of a whiteboard marker, rubbing alcohol.
I don't know. Try it. I'll have to buy a gallon of it.
They might sell that size to you, but
Uh,
yeah.
it's a mess.
Alcohol wipes that people use for just
Yeah.
their hands and stuff. Same thing. Use one of those, and you can
Right.
erase Sharpie with it.
I'll definitely try it
It's
because
I think it's the
it's all over
solvent
the place.
inside the Sharpie anyway is basically rubbing alcohol, delivering it through the pen. So
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, it's bad.
on some surfaces, Sharpie on Sharpie. You use Sharpie to get up Sharpie.
Really?
Yeah.
Didn't know that. Oh. I know. I had read recently somewhere they said that shaving cream on some surfaces with a Sharpie will take it off. I tried, man, it didn't fucking work. Um,
So rather
bathroom
than
cleaner, bathroom cleaner with bleach has some effect. It lightens it, but it's still there.
run away from this because they're not giving us much to work with, right? Buy a can of chalk paint
Yes.
and paint the doors, and then give them some sidewalk chalk that's like from the dollar store.
I
And,
actually, do you remember my friend Al?
yeah.
He has a can of chalkboard paint that he's going to give me. We were actually talking about it a few days ago, and I'm going to use that. I'm actually going to paint a square in Kai's room, and I'm going to be like, "That's it. That's where you draw." Um, and anytime I see him with something in his hand where he's going to draw on something, I'll just take him back to his room, and that's where you do it until he gets the message. But yeah,
Okay.
yeah. It's a mess. It's a mess. I our dresser, our mirrors, um, yeah, anywhere he I fell. It's my fault. Not my fault, but it's my fault. It's my fault. I was with the kids and I didn't know that there was a Sharpie where he could get to it, and I fell asleep on the couch. And I woke up and he's in the hallway with a marker in his hand, marker on his face, and black drawings all over the walls. And I was just like, "Oh shit!" It's like, "Kai, what are you doing?" He's smiling at me. He's so happy. Oh shit, kid. No. Yeah. So you little fucker, you need to get a job. So anyway. Oh wow. 3 people watching now.
One of them can't be us.
One of them is me.
One of them can't be us. It might look. This is not bode well for you because it might be Peach wondering when you're going to wrap it up.
She probably went back to sleep, but that could be true also.
She might have fallen asleep with the stream going.
No, I was upstairs before she turned it off. So, but she might be back. I don't know. You never know. It happens.
She could be watching us.
I don't hear Damon freaking out, so it's probably not the case, but it could be. I was gonna go in a minute, and I was gonna watch a little bit of West Wing
Mhm.
because I've restarted watching that again,
Okay.
and then I'll crash.
Well, I'm watching the movies with the old lady, so Iron Man 3 will probably be uh, Saturday during the day for me.
So you're watching movies with who?
The old lady's Laura.
Who's that?
Okay. I went like a good year and a half without anyone in my life, and now I have a new person.
Congratulations! I did not know about that.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
I never mentioned it on my main channel, even.
I don't watch videos.
Yeah. And so, like, this is the first place I've mentioned it on YouTube. Is
Oh,
that
well, there you go. That's why I wouldn't know. Yeah, I did not know. I assumed you were still single. Because I was just like, "Oh, lady, what's he talking
Yeah.
about?" So yeah. Well, congratulations. That's cool. So you guys are gonna watch movies.
I'm gonna watch the TV shows in my free time without because like our work schedules don't line up. So my clients like to see me after they get off work. So uh, my work has kind of shifted into the evenings. So when she's not here, I'll watch the TV shows and then every movie break because like you don't watch all the episodes. You watch a certain number of episodes and then you have to watch a movie. You watch another.
So
You know.
there are, and you probably already know this, there are guides out there that tell you exactly how to break up the MCU to watch it from beginning to end.
And I'm following one.
Now, I do know that, like Daredevil, for instance, um, there are references in Daredevil to like the Avengers movie. So, that falls somewhere after the Battle of New York and before something. Age of Ultron, I think. It's somewhere in there. So,
Okay.
because yeah, in season 1 of Daredevil, they talk about the Battle of New York.
Okay.
Have you gotten to the Avengers movie yet? No, right? You're in Iron Man 3?
The first Avengers movie.
Right. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So Daredevil takes place after that.
Yeah. And I've had 2 Thor movies and I've had 2 Iron Man movies.
Right.
And I'll watch the third Iron Man movie and then a couple more episodes of S.H.I.E.L.D. And then
I love Iron Man.
yeah.
Yeah. Iron Man. The Iron Man movie, the first one, is one of my favorite MCU movies, not counting um, Endgame and Infinity War. Those were fan fucking tastic. But like in the beginning part, Iron Man, 2 and 3 were okay. But the character, just in general, Iron Man and Tony Stark, fantastic. Love Iron Man. And Robert Downey Jr. was born to play that role.
Even just knowing the comics really well, he does look like that role.
He was born for it. At this point, there's no one else that can play Tony Stark or Iron Man. Nope, not possible. There's nobody. Somebody could be born in a red and gold suit named Tony with a you know a douchebag,
I won't even try it, I promise.
and they still couldn't do it. Um,
Maybe for Halloween, I'll actually break out that beard dye and
there
then
you
I'll
go.
get myself the uniform and play me some Doctor Strange.
There you go.
Maybe. I
Do the
might have
white
to lose
stripe.
another 10 pounds.
No, it's white stripe on the sides. Yeah, do that.
Yeah.
And then Robert Downey Jr. is coming back to the MCU as Doctor Doom. I don't understand.
I do from the comics, and I don't want to spoil. Even
Well,
though the point that you have in the MCU, I don't
I
want to spoil.
do know that Doctor Doom in the comics had been referred to also as Iron Man. It was another name for Doctor Doom. But that Iron Man isn't Iron Man. Those are two different Iron Mans.
Well, you're onto something.
Yeah.
Yeah. It has to do with their whole multiverse thing.
Yeah.
And so there is one of those alternate scenarios that they are the same.
But the Iron Man Doctor Doom, right, is that Tony Stark.
Multiverse means like there's a version of everything, right?
Right.
And so well past the Spider Verse stuff, where Spider Man is everything and anything, and there's a
Right.
Spider Pig.
Yeah. Does whatever a Spider Pig does. Right.
Yeah. Just bought my nephew the Spider Punk T-shirt.
Spider Punk.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a thing. There's Spider Punk. He has a mohawk.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for the Spider-Man movie where Spider-Man is Miles Morales.
For real.
I'm waiting for that. It needs to happen. Outside of the Sonyverse. It needs to happen. Marvel needs to embrace that. Because Sony does it in the cartoons.
Yeah.
Yep. Needs to happen. All right, it's late. I'm gonna go. So this was fun. So if there's anybody watching, which there isn't, have a good night, even if you don't. And it was good hanging out with you. I wish Joe could have been here, but he's in California. So
Yeah.
oh well.
All right.
Thank you for the V8 juice.
You can thank me when you get it.
And I'll talk to you soon. I'll see you on the webs. And I don't know how many hours I'm allowed with this anymore, but I will be streaming again soon because, yeah, I want to go to Disney. I need help. Whoever isn't watching, Patreon is in the description. You bitches. Let me see. Let me see. Did I get any? Wait. Did I? Where is the audience? Is it under audience? I don't even know. No, nobody knew.
Nope.
Nobody knew, fuckers. I got one guy who his name is El Noob. who became a patron at the $5 feel good level, and I think he's already canceled. I don't know. Oh well, it's always fun. All right, Michael.
All right, cut the stream. It's time to say
And
goodbye.
I'm about to. Bye.